Chapter 501. Yin Shixiang closed his eyes to feel it and shook his head after a while. There's no vibration, only the shaking of the sea. Are you talking about this feeling? Gu Nianji also closed her eyes and slowly stood up. Standing at the bow of the boat, she stretched out her arms and allowed her body and mind to relax as she sensed her surroundings. As soon as she closed her eyes, the feeling became even more obvious. The vibration was already the weak strength of a kitten's fingers, but it gradually increased until it felt like raindrops hitting her face. It was also a bit tingling. However, when she opened her eyes, the sky was clear and the sea was blue. A gentle breeze blew, and the sea and sky were the same color. There wasn't a single cloud in the clear blue sky, so where did the raindrops come from? But what was that tingling feeling that felt like raindrops hitting her face? Gu Nianji began to feel irritated. Brother Xiong, can you contact Hua Xiao and Brother Zhe? Gu Nianji walked to Yin Shixiang's side and sat down. She leaned forward slightly and rested her chin on her knees with her hands. Her large eyes stared at Yin Shixiang without blinking. Yin Shixiang shook his head with a sullen expression. Stop rushing me. I'm going to panic if you do. It's fine, communication doesn't work well during deep dives. I've experienced this many times. Think of it this way, no news is good news, right? His words didn't calm Gu Nianji's nerves, especially when she closed her eyes. She could feel the vibration getting stronger and stronger. The vibration was gradually matching the frequency of her heartbeat. She couldn't control her panic at all. Gu Nianji stood up again and paced around the deck. She occasionally stopped to hold onto the snow-white railing of the yacht and look in the direction of the blue hole. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze had already dived into the blue hole to where the round object was. The water temperature was very low. Their special diving suits were supposed to keep them warm, but it wasn't enough in this place. Zhao Liangze felt his body temperature slowly decrease and he began to feel cold. Their communicators somehow stopped working as soon as they entered the blue hole. They could only communicate with each other in sign language. Fortunately, they could still see each other. Otherwise, the situation would have worsened. It's actually a big stone ball. Hua Xiaoheng swam around the round object and signed to Zhao Liangze. Do you want to measure the density of the stone ball? See if it's hollow. Zhao Liangze took out an instrument and fixed it around the stone ball. He began measuring. Hua Xiaoheng held the sniper rifle that he carried with him and swam to the other side of the crevice to guard him. Ordinary guns would be affected when they were underwater. The speed of the bullet would be hindered by the current, making it difficult for it to hit the target. Because Hua Xiaoheng and his team often carried out missions in unusual environments, their guns had all been modified. The sniper rifle in his hands was a silent heavy sniper rifle that was very suitable for underwater environments. Not long after they divided the work, there was a sudden fluctuation in the quiet waters. Hua Xiaoheng keenly sensed that something was wrong. He was about to swim out from the crack in the rock to drag Zhao Liangze over when he saw a black shadow swiftly swimming over from afar. That black shadow was unbelievably fast. When Hua Xiaoheng first saw the black shadow, he thought it was a sea snake-like animal. He was still wondering why a sea snake would appear in the blue hole, which was claimed to have no living creatures in the sea. In the end, before he could finish thinking, the black shadow had already swam close to them. It was less than 10 meters away from them. Such a fast speed was comparable to any human world record for water sports. Hua Xiaoheng's pupils suddenly contracted. It was obvious now that the black shadow was not a sea snake at all. It was a person. The person was slender and incredibly soft, just like a sea snake. He was so fast that he seemed to be one with the water. Before Hua Xiaoheng could react, he was less than a meter away from Zhao Liangze. Hua Xiaoheng didn't have time to think. His body was faster than his mind. He instinctively raised his sniper rifle with both hands, pressed his lips tightly together, and fired a shot at the person's chest. The person didn't seem to realize that someone could be faster than him. He didn't take any protective measures at all. He raised his arm, and a bright flash of a knife instantly illuminated the dark blue underwater world. Zhao Liangzi instinctively tilted his head at the flash of the knife. He only realized that someone was coming, and that person was waving a knife at him. Everything happened so suddenly. He was about to dodge when he saw a spray of blood suddenly appear from the person's chest. The person only felt a chill in his chest. Before he could feel the sharp pain, he had already closed his eyes forever. Even in death, he was still tightly holding the knife in his hand. Zhao Liangzi knew that Hu Xiaoheng was covering for him. He quickly packed the most important equipment and hung it on his body. He swam in Hu Xiaoheng's direction. Hu Xiaoheng was anxious. If those people hadn't arrived yet, Hu Xiaoheng would have taken the initiative to drag Zhao Liangzi over. No one had seen him hiding here, so it would be best to help Zhao Liangzi be on guard. But now that someone was here, and Zhao Liangzi still wanted to come to his side, it would expose Hu Xiaoheng's location. There must be someone behind them. They could immediately follow Zhao Liangzi's direction and trap the two of them. Hu Xiaoheng's mind raced. He immediately swam out of his hiding place and changed to another place to hide. Zhao Liangzi came to the crack in the rock where Hu Xiaoheng had been hiding. He didn't see him and suddenly became nervous. He was afraid that something had happened to him. But looking around, other than the person who had been shot down by Hu Xiaoheng's underwater sniper rifle, no one else was injured. Hu Xiao should be safe, right? Zhao Liangzi comforted himself, but he also came back to his senses. He knew that he shouldn't have recklessly run to Hu Xiaoheng's hiding place. Just like on the battlefield, if the soldier being covered suddenly ran to the hiding place of the soldier covering him, it would only expose everyone to the enemy's artillery. Therefore, Zhao Liangzi didn't look for Hu Xiaoheng again. Instead, he hid in the crack in peace. Hu Xiaoheng watched from behind a nearby rock for a while. Seeing that Zhao Liangzi didn't appear again, he finally relaxed and looked in the direction the person had swum from. If he hadn't guessed wrong, this person was definitely not alone. He just didn't know how Gu Nianji and Yin Shixiang were doing. Hu Xiaoheng calmly checked the custom-made sniper rifle in his hand and set it on the rock. He even removed the scope. Because the scope might reflect light in the water, it would be counterproductive. Not long after, as expected, another person swam over. This time, it wasn't one person. There were 3 people swimming over in a triangular formation. All of them were wearing pitch-black diving suits made of shark skin. They weren't holding knives in their hands, but guns like Hu Xiaoheng. A gun that could be used underwater must be extraordinary. Hu Xiaoheng became even more calm. He hid behind the rock and aimed the scope at the person swimming in front. Bang! Another dull gunshot pierced the silence of the sea. The person swimming in front spasmed, and a stream of blood flowed from his body. He hugged his gun and spun in the water as he sank. The blue hole didn't seem to have an end. The man's body and the person Hu Xiaoheng had knocked down earlier continued to fall with the flow of the water until they couldn't be seen anymore. No one knew where they ended up. The other 2 people seemed to be frightened by Hu Xiaoheng's elusive marksmanship. They stopped for a moment in unison, then desperately swam back. Now that their backs were facing Hu Xiaoheng, it was even easier to deal with them. Hu Xiaoheng was expressionless as he raised his gun from behind the rock. Another 2 gunshots rang out, and the last 2 people were also shot down by Hu Xiaoheng. They fell into the blue hole. Zhao Liangzi breathed a sigh of relief. He reached out in Hu Xiaoheng's direction from behind the rock and gave him a thumbs up proudly. Hu Xiaoheng gestured to him not to move, then he had to move to another place. This was also in the inaccessible blue hole. If it was on land, snipers would move to another place after each shot. They would never fire twice in the same place. Zhao Liangzi nodded and obediently retreated. He continued to fiddle with his device, trying to contact Yin Shixiang and the others on the surface. They waited for 15 minutes. Seeing that no one else was coming, Hu Xiaoheng swam to the rock where Zhao Liangzi was hiding. He signed to him to quickly leave the blue hole and return to the yacht. Zhao Liangzi nodded quickly and swam out with Hu Xiaoheng with the device on his back. However, when they swam to the border between the blue hole and the surrounding normal water, they realized there was a problem. When they swam in, there was no barrier, only the color of the water was different. However, when they were about to swim out, they discovered that there seemed to be an invisible wall between the blue hole and the surrounding normal water. Although they couldn't see it, their bodies could feel it. As soon as they swam forward, their bodies felt like they had been electrocuted. The vibrations were so strong that their internal organs were about to shift. Zhao Liangzi's physical fitness was slightly weaker. He only collided with Hu Xiaoheng once, but his internal organs were already severely damaged. He spat out a mouthful of blood and dirted his diving mask. What's going on? Why is there an electric fence here? Zhao Liangzi panted and started signing to Hu Xiaoheng. Should we try another direction? The electric fences currently sold on the market weren't invisible fences that had nothing to rely on. They had to have a physical detection fence, then add an electronic circuit to the fence and connect it to the mainframe. When the fence was hit, it would generate an electronic pulse signal to shock and deter trespassers. However, Zhao Liangzi and Hu Xiaoheng knew that the military's electric fences had long surpassed the limits of physical fences and were completely electronic pulse signals. There were many advantages of an electric fence that was completely electronic pulse signals. It was invisible, safe, easy to install and carry, and could be set up anywhere as long as a small electronic mainframe was brought along. However, as far as they knew, no country could set up such a large electric fence around the underwater blue hole. Let's try again. Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi split up to test the edge of the blue hole, trying to find a place that wasn't surrounded by the electric fence. However, they tried for a full hour and were almost paralyzed by the electric fence, but they still couldn't find a gap in the electric fence. This is the first update, 3,200 words. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Especially the recommendation votes. Today is Monday, and recommendation votes are very important. There will be an additional update at 7 p.m., and there may be a surprise for the Qidian app's relatives. Remember to refresh at 7 p.m., repeat the important thing 3 times, you must subscribe to the official version to see the surprise. The relatives of the Qidian app may have to wait, there will be a surprise in the future. Mwah. Chapter 502. What do we do? Hu Xiao, we can't get out. Zhao Liangzi gestured excitedly and looked at Hu Xiaoheng in despair. Hu Xiaoheng retreated further away from the edge of the blue hole. Although he was more resistant than Zhao Liangzi, being electrocuted for an hour was not a good feeling. Let's go up and take a look. Hu Xiaoheng pointed at the surface of the blue hole. They didn't want to surface. Since there were people chasing them, they would be easy targets if they surfaced. If Hu Xiaoheng was the one chasing them, he would definitely do the same. He would force them to surface and then kill them one by one like he was shooting targets. But if they didn't surface now, there was no way out. Although Hu Xiaoheng was their enemy, he couldn't help but admire this kind of technological breakthrough. They were able to overcome technical difficulties in seawater and achieve an electric fence. If only they could master this kind of technology, Hu Xiaoheng sighed in his heart and quickly floated to the surface of the blue hole. Zhao Liangzi had no choice but to follow. 1 meter, 2 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, they were about to reach the surface of the blue hole. They could even see the light shining through the blue water. I'll go up first. Hu Xiaoheng signed to Zhao Liangzi. Don't show your head. No. Zhao Liangzi quickly grabbed Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng was the commander. His life was much more valuable than Zhao Liangzi's. Zhao Liangzi didn't want him to be a target. He couldn't bear it. Hu Xiaoheng signed to him. I react faster than you, so I'll be fine if I go up. Something will definitely happen if you go up. Zhao Liangzi was speechless. Although it was the truth, hearing it made him cry. He watched as Hu Xiaoheng pushed off with both legs and swam up to the surface. Zhao Liangzi watched Hu Xiaoheng and found it difficult to breathe. The oxygen they brought was probably running out. Looking up at the blue surface, Hu Xiaoheng's figure had already shrunk into a small ball and was quickly disappearing. Zhao Liangzi hugged a bunch of instruments and looked up. He couldn't calm down for a long time. Hu Xiaoheng swam close to the blue hole's surface. The light was getting brighter and brighter, almost blinding. He covered his forehead with one arm and held a small instrument in his other hand. He tried to poke it at the surface of the sea. A crackling sound rang out. There was a flash of bluish-purple electricity. Although the instrument in Hu Xiaoheng's hand was made of insulating material, it still caused his wrist to go numb. As expected. Even the surface of the sea was equipped with an electric fence. The entire blue hole was tightly surrounded by high-voltage electric fences, like a sealed blue bucket. He and Zhao Liangzi were like two fish in a bucket. Wasn't this the same as catching a turtle in a jar? For the first time, he felt that the saying, "Heaven doesn't answer, earth doesn't answer," was not an exaggeration, but a true portrayal of reality. Gritting his teeth, Hu Xiaoheng's face tightened. Unwilling to give up, he continued to use the instrument to test the sea level. Sizzle, 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 a series of bluish-purple electric arcs flew up and jumped on the deep blue sea. They were like maple leaves in autumn being illuminated by the sun, shining like pieces of gold. It was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off it. However, Hu Xiaoheng was not in the mood to admire the beautiful scenery. His heart continued to sink, and just like the blue hole, it sank to an unknown place. He had no idea where it was. Less than a nautical mile away from the sea level that Hu Xiaoheng was testing, there was a long and narrow dark blue yacht quietly floating on the sea. Its color was very similar to the blue hole's color. From a distance, it was almost impossible to tell where the blue hole was and where the yacht was. It was very confusing. A middle-aged woman stood at the bow of the yacht. She had thick bangs, and her face was like a silver plate. Large black-rimmed glasses covered half her face, and her long, straight hair fell to her shoulders. She wore a slim-fitting dress, and although she was slightly voluptuous, her figure was very attractive. The woman held a pair of binoculars and looked at the bluish-purple arc on the surface of the blue hole. She snickered. Still not giving up. Then increased the current. Yes. Her subordinates quickly activated the instrument and increased the voltage of the electric fence around the blue hole. When Hu Xiaoheng tested the sea level for the last time, the voltage was increased, and the crackling bluish-purple electricity completely destroyed the instrument in his hand. If he hadn't hurriedly let go, he might have been electrocuted again. Gu Nianji frowned and stood motionlessly at the bow of the yacht. She had been standing there for half an hour. She became more and more nervous, and the vibrations she felt grew stronger. Previously, she could only feel it with her eyes closed, but now she could feel it with her eyes open. Brother Xiong, you really can't feel the vibration. Gu Nianji turned around again to confirm with Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang still shook his head, but he was no longer as certain as half an hour ago that Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji were fine. Nianji, why don't we drive closer to take a look? Yin Shixiang didn't insist. He was also very nervous. Although he didn't feel it as directly as Gu Nianji, his years of special work told him that something was wrong. Okay, let's go there. Gu Nianji pointed in the direction of the blue hole. I feel the strongest over there. It could be said that all the vibrations she felt came from that direction. Yin Shixiang looked at the direction Gu Nianji was pointing, and gestured the coordinates. After confirming it, he went to the cockpit to steer the yacht. Their yacht was a new model this year, and its performance was very good, especially its speed. It rode the wind and waves on the sea, as fast as a bolt of white lightning. "Miss Yamaguchi, the yacht is coming over." A man with a goatee walked to the middle-aged woman holding binoculars at the bow of the yacht and whispered to her. He even pointed in the direction of the white yacht. "That fast?" The middle-aged woman moved the binoculars in the direction of the white yacht in surprise. "Ha! Why is she here?" The middle-aged woman's expression changed instantly. However, the large black-rimmed glasses and binoculars almost covered her entire face, so no one saw her expression change in an instant. When she removed the binoculars, her expression had already returned to normal. This is going to be a good show." The middle-aged woman passed the binoculars to the goatee man with a half-smile. "Get the snipers ready. Leave no one alive on that white yacht. Throw them all into the blue hole." Great, they didn't even have to deal with the corpses. Walking into the narrow cabin, the middle-aged woman almost laughed out loud. She had planned for so long, and now she was about to succeed for no reason at all. She thought about how hard it had been for her to set up the trap, but she didn't know who had ruined it. But Gu Nianji was going to die anyway, so what difference did it make if she died earlier or later? She could wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, but by chance she would find it by chance. Not only should there be applause, but there should also be good wine. She tilted her head back and downed an entire glass of tequila. A faint blush quickly appeared on her pale face, and her plain appearance became even more seductive. Gu Nianji stood at the bow of the white yacht and watched the blue hole get closer and closer. She was burning with anxiety and was about to throw caution to the wind to put on her diving suit and search for Wu Xiaoheng and the others when she suddenly saw something floating in the area between the blue hole and normal seawater. She quickly rushed to the cabin and found the most powerful binoculars. Leaning against the window, she peered into the turbulent area. A boat. There was actually a boat there. Or rather, it was also a yacht. It looked similar to their Millennium Oda, both streamlined. However, their yacht was like a shuttle with two pointed ends, while the Millennium Oda was shaped like a bullet. A yacht floated at the edge of the blue hole, and the color of the yacht was so similar to the color of the blue hole's seawater. If Gu Nianji didn't have good eyesight and had a premonition that something was wrong, it would have been very difficult for most people to discover the dark blue yacht. Gu Nianji's intuition told her that the yacht's purpose was not simple. Just like herself, it wasn't for sightseeing. However, she didn't need to look for evidence, because the other party had already raised the pitch-black muzzle and aimed at their yacht. With a loud bang, a heavy armor-piercing bullet cut through the air and spun towards the yacht's window. Gu Nianji only had time to lie flat on the ground. The bullet barely missed her head by a centimeter before passing through the other side of the yacht. It directly pierced through their yacht. The Millennium Oda jolted violently in the waves, and Yin Shixiang was almost thrown off. He heard the gunshot and also saw the person holding a sniper rifle on the yacht nearby. His face darkened as he cursed, "Motherf *cur. I haven't even fired yet. He dares to open fire. He really doesn't want to live anymore." As he spoke, he stopped the yacht again and called into the intercom, "Nianji. Bring the sniper rifle in here. This is the first update. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Especially the recommendation votes. Today is Monday, so recommendation votes are very important. I was supposed to give everyone a surprise today, but the beta test went crazy and I couldn't send it out. I'll see if the test is good tomorrow. Tears." Chapter 503. When Gu Nianji heard Yin Shixiang's voice, she quickly climbed up from the deck and rushed to the cabinet where Yin Shixiang kept the gun boxes. She took out the longest gun box and hugged it to her chest as she pounced toward Yin Shixiang's cockpit. She almost jumped onto the deck of the cockpit because another armor-piercing bullet whistled in and pierced through the yacht again. Yin Shixiang's expression was fierce as he kicked the gun box away from Gu Nianji's hands. He reached for the gun box and grabbed the back of the rudder to open it. Within 15 seconds, he had assembled an AMR. Gu Nianji had just crawled to Yin Shixiang's feet on her knees. Hearing the click of the gun bolt, she looked up and saw that Yin Shixiang was already walking out of the cockpit with the black barrel on his shoulder. "Stay here and don't come out." Yin Shixiang didn't even look back as he walked out of the cockpit and locked the cockpit door. The cockpit was the safest in the entire yacht. The cabin door and body were both bulletproof, but the other cabins weren't as sturdy. The small living room Gu Nianji had been in earlier had been pierced by a heavy armor-piercing bullet, but that kind of bullet couldn't penetrate the cockpit. "Brother Xiong, don't lock the door." Gu Nianji rushed over and banged on the cockpit door. "I can help you be the spotter." Gu Nianji had learned some basic military knowledge from Hua Xiaoheng. For example, snipers usually appeared in pairs, a gunner and a spotter. Of course, Yin Shixiang wouldn't let Gu Nianji help him be a spotter. What kind of joke was that? If the little girl broke even a little skin, not only would Hua Xiaoheng flip out, Yin Shixiang himself wouldn't forgive himself. This was a girl they had personally raised, and they couldn't wait to feel sorry for her. Gu Nianji banged on the door for a long time, but Yin Shixiang didn't respond. He crouched on the bow with the AMR and used a large swimming ring to cover himself as he aimed at the enemy sniper. To him, the enemy sniper wasn't a tough nut to crack because he had a scope on the sniper rifle. It flashed against the sunlight and a bright spot appeared in Yin Shixiang's field of vision. He calmly used the triangular ruler as a scope, and at the same time, estimated the wind speed on the sea and the other party's position. After 2 minutes, Yin Shixiang squeezed the trigger. Bang! His AMR was equipped with a silencer, but because the distance was too far, the bullet whistled through the air when it was halfway through its trajectory. This type of anti-material sniper rifle was so fast that the high-speed bullets even created a sonic boom effect. By the time the sniper on the enemy's ship heard the sonic boom of the bullet had already arrived in front of him. It smashed the scope of the sniper's scope and continued to fly forward, shooting straight into his forehead. The sniper didn't even make a sound. He lay down behind the sniper rifle, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Substitute. The middle-aged woman stood in the cabin and watched as the other party knocked out one of their snipers. She remained unmoved and calmly gave an order. Another sniper took his place. The sniper that Yin Shixiang had killed earlier was thrown into the blue hole. Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi leaned against a stone crevice inside the blue hole. They were running out of oxygen. In order to conserve oxygen, the two of them shared an oxygen mask. One inhaled, the other inhaled, and tried to maintain a long interval between each inhalation. "Hua Xiao, will Big Xiong and Nianji be okay?" Zhao Liangzi gestured to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng also gestured back. "I hope not." He said, "I hope not, but not, definitely not." Zhao Liangzi's heart sank. He rubbed the communicator in his hand and finally made up his mind. He gestured to Hua Xiaoheng. "Hua Xiao, I want to try repairing the communicator again." If the communicator wasn't repaired, they could only wait for death here. The other party had already made it clear that they wanted to trap them in the blue hole and suffocate them. They couldn't get out, so they could only hope that the people on the sea could rescue them. Hua Xiaoheng knew that they had no other choice. They could only try their best. Whether the communicator was broken or not, the result would be the same. "Let's try." Hua Xiaoheng gestured and shifted his gaze to the sea in front of them. In the depths of the blue hole, it was all blue. There were no colorful fish or beautiful corals. Everything was lifeless except for Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze. Hu Xiaoheng quietly looked at the water in front of him and suddenly wondered what Gu Nianji was doing at this time. Was she sunbathing on a rattan chair on the deck? Or was she barbecuing crabs in preparation for a feast? Or had she discovered that the communicator was broken and was anxiously forcing Yin Shixiang to repair it? At the thought that he might inexplicably capsize here this time, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. This was a feeling that he had never felt before, as he faced death with equanimity. He couldn't just sit and wait. Hu Xiaoheng tightened his grip on the AMR and narrowed his eyes. He was determined to go to the sea again. At that moment, the calm waters of the blue hole suddenly rippled. Hu Xiaoheng looked up and saw something falling from above. He quickly turned on the telescope function of his diving goggles and saw that it was a corpse. An idea popped into his head. "Little Zay, wait for me. I'll be right back." He turned around and shoved his oxygen tank into Zhao Liangze's arms. Then, he kicked off the stone wall of the crevice and leaped out like a fish. Zhao Liangze was surprised to find that Hu Xiaoheng had also left his oxygen tank for him. He was touched and anxious. Although he had gone on many missions with Hu Xiaoheng, it had never been as dangerous as this. And at a time like this, when only one of them could survive, Hu Xiaoheng had actually given him hope. What else could he say to such a general, such a commander, and such a boss? Zhao Liangze's diving goggles were filled with mist. He knew he shouldn't cry at a time like this, but he couldn't help it. Hu Xiaoheng caught the body that had fallen from the surface of the sea. He grabbed the collar of the body and pulled it to the side of a stone wall in the blue hole. After a closer look, he realized that the person had been shot in the head with a single shot. This was Yin Shixiang's usual fighting style, and the bullet hole in the person's forehead was obviously caused by the Special Forces' special bullets. Hu Xiaoheng was half relieved and half nervous. He was relieved that Yin Shixiang and his men must have realized something was wrong and were already exchanging fire. He was nervous that Yin Shixiang and Gu Nianji were the only two people on the yacht. Would they be able to deal with the vicious robbers? More importantly, he didn't know how many people there were this time. Hu Xiaoheng's expression darkened when he thought that Gu Nianji was already in danger. He turned his large hand and grabbed the clothes on the back of the corpse to use it as a meat shield. Then he quickly moved his legs and swam towards the surface of the blue hole. This time, with the corpse helping him isolate the electric fence on the surface of the blue hole, Hu Xiaoheng successfully floated to the surface. He took a deep breath and his entire body was supplied with oxygen. His mind was 100 times clearer than before. He actually floated up. The middle-aged woman on the dark blue yacht put down her binoculars and cursed through gritted teeth, "A bunch of useless people. They don't even know how to catch turtles in a jar. Beat them up. Aim at that person." She fiercely ordered Hu Xiaoheng, who had just floated up to the surface of the blue hole. Hu Xiaoheng only floated up to take a breath before diving back into the blue hole. Unfortunately, he didn't have an oxygen tank. Otherwise, he could directly use the corpse as a meat shield and directly pass through the electric fence to swim to normal seawater. Because his current position was closer to the blue hole's surface and further away from the blue hole's boundary, he had no choice but to use the corpse to occasionally float to the surface to catch his breath. Then he would dive back into the water and swim step by step towards the blue hole's edge. The sniper on the yacht was quite good and almost hit Hu Xiaoheng a few times. Hu Xiaoheng held the corpse in one hand and the sniper rifle in the other. He couldn't aim at all and could only fire a few shots at random. He didn't pose a threat at all. The middle-aged woman saw that she hadn't hit the person in the diving suit after so long and guessed that it was Hu Xiaoheng. Otherwise, how could he be so skilled? "Perfect, you two can go to hell together and be a pair of doomed lovebirds." The middle-aged woman's lips curled into a sinister smile as she took the sniper rifle from her subordinate and personally aimed in Hu Xiaoheng's direction. Her marksmanship was much better than her subordinate's snipers. Hu Xiaoheng could only hear the continuous sounds of gunfire as water splashed around him. The splashing water blurred his vision through his diving goggles, and in a moment of carelessness, the enemy's bullets pierced through the diving suit on his arm and scraped off a layer of oil. Soaking his injured skin in seawater was like rubbing salt on the wound. Hu Xiaoheng gritted his teeth and exploded with courage at the most critical moment. Looking up and seeing the blue shuttle-like yacht, he simply threw the corpse in the direction of the gunshots. At the same time, he raised the sniper rifle in his other hand and fired several shots at the yacht. The sniper rifle was as dense and powerful as a machine gun. The gunshots from his side finally reached the Millennium Oda where Gu Nianji and the others were. Gu Nianji held the binoculars and saw the figure in the water who was still locked in combat with the enemy's sniper on the yacht. It was Hu Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji's heart jumped and sank at the same time. She saw the bloody trail on Hu Xiaoheng's arm through the binoculars. He was injured. How could he be injured? Gu Nianji's gaze gradually became frenzied and fierce. She tossed the binoculars away and pounded on the cabin door with all her might. "Let me out! Let me out!" Yin Shixiang ignored her and continued to steadily aim his sniper rifle at the bow of the yacht to exchange fire with the enemy's sniper. Gu Nianji knew Yin Shixiang wouldn't open the door. In a moment of desperation, she looked at the rudder and the distance between them and the enemy's yacht. She gritted her teeth and rushed to the bridge. It only took her 3 minutes to familiarize herself with the bridge's automatic controls. Yin Shixiang's key was still in the rudder's keyhole. Gu Nianji's face was as pale as snow. She used all her strength to turn the key and ignite the yacht's engine. She activated the yacht's autopilot function and charged straight at the enemy's yacht with both hands on the rudder. "Jump into the sea. They don't want to live." As soon as the middle-aged woman's subordinate saw the white bullet-shaped yacht that was twice the size of their yacht braving the wind and waves, crashing into the side of their ship with a suicidal stance, all of them jumped into the sea without saying a word. "Miss Yamaguchi! Jump into the sea. They're coming. Our yacht can't hold them off." The middle-aged woman's subordinate anxiously grabbed her arm. The middle-aged woman didn't expect Gu Nianji to be so crazy and charged towards them with a suicidal stance. She wanted Gu Nianji to die, but she never wanted to die with her. "You win." The middle-aged woman threw away the sniper rifle in her hand and regretfully looked at Hu Xiaoheng, who was about to be shot to death in the sea. At the last moment before Gu Nianji's Millennium Oda crashed into their yacht, she jumped into the sea with her subordinates wearing life jackets. This was the first update, 3,500 words. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. There would be an additional update at 7 p.m. There was a group chat. He didn't dare to guarantee any more surprises. In any case, when his relatives read the latest updates in the next few days, they would definitely see the last page. Chapter 504. Nianji. Nianji. What are you doing? Yin Shixiang watched as his yacht slammed into the deep blue yacht like an arrow and panicked. He hugged the AMR and went to the cockpit to open the door. He was too nervous and used a lot of effort to open the door he had locked from the inside. Inside the cockpit, Gu Nianji's back was facing him. Her slender body stood straight and her hands gripped the rudder tightly as she stared straight ahead. The deep blue yacht was already right in front of them. Yin Shixiang closed his eyes and threw away the AMR in his hands. The moment the two yachts collided, he lunged over and hugged Gu Nianji tightly from behind. He used himself as a safety belt to secure her between the bridge and his embrace. The huge impact of the collision made Gu Nianji's bones crack. Fortunately, Yin Shixiang was protecting her from behind, so she wasn't thrown out by the huge inertia. However, Yin Shixiang's hand on the bridge's handle was already bleeding from the impact. Gu Nianji turned around and was shocked to see a trace of blood flowing from the corner of Yin Shixiang's mouth. Brother Xiong. Why? Why are you bleeding? Yin Shixiang felt a sweet metallic taste coming from his throat. He endured the intense pain of his arms almost breaking from the inertia and said hoarsely to Gu Nianji. It's because of you. Gu Nianji was speechless. Fine, he could still joke around, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Gu Nianji turned around and realized that the yacht was rocking continuously in the waves. The blue shuttle-shaped yacht in front of them was only half the size of their Millennium Ode, so it had been knocked upside down on the surface of the sea. Their yacht didn't seem to have suffered any major damage at the moment, but because of the huge impact, it was unbalanced. The impact caused the sea to undulate up and down, making people dizzy. Gu Nianji, who had never been carsick, couldn't take it anymore. Her face turned even paler and she clenched her teeth to prevent herself from vomiting. Yin Shixiang didn't feel good either, but he still firmly held Gu Nianji in place, not wanting her to be injured by the inertia. The people on the deep blue yacht that they had knocked over used all their strength to swim out of the water where the two yachts collided. However, the huge wave that followed still swept a few of them back to the waters where the blue hole was. They didn't have time to remove the electric fence that they had set up here, so it was still electrified. A series of crackling purplish-blue electric arcs lit up above the blue hole, and those people screamed in pain as they were electrocuted to death, falling into the range of the blue hole. The middle-aged woman floated in the sea with two capable subordinates protecting her. Looking up at the scene, she was both surprised and proud, angry and resentful. She stared at the white yacht that had knocked them over with her vicious eyes, wishing she could slap the word death on it. Miss Yamaguchi, what should we do? Her subordinates watched in horror as their own people were instantly charred by the electric arcs at the edge of the blue hole. They were all terrified. They were all outlaws and weren't afraid of death, but they couldn't die in such a way that left no bones behind. What are you afraid of? The middle-aged woman looked around. Go that way. The Gu family's island isn't far away. It'll take about an hour of swimming. Their luck wasn't bad. They didn't swim far before they saw another black yacht speeding over. This yacht was larger than their own blue yacht and the white yacht from before. It was like a small 3-story luxury cruise ship, but it had a lot of horsepower, so it was extremely fast. The middle-aged woman floating in the sea saw the big cursive "Ku" on the side of the black yacht and finally sighed in relief. Her eyes sparkled as she said to her two subordinates, "There's a yacht coming over. Quickly release the signal flare and ask for help." The subordinates obeyed her and quickly took out the signal flare they carried with them and fired into the air. Gu Yanran sat in the hall on the 3rd floor of the black yacht and looked anxiously at the waters in front of her. She saw the purplish-blue electric arc from so far away, and her heart skipped a beat. She almost fell to the ground. Standing in front of the window, she clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and murmured prayers to the god of the sea. "Miss Gu, do you also believe in Christ?" A tall white man stood behind her and looked at her with his arms crossed with interest. The white man was a security guard hired by Gu Yanran. She turned around and smiled at him. "James, I pray to the god of the sea, Poseidon. I hope that the people I care about are fine, and I hope that everyone is well. I've had enough of being separated by life and death." James' expression became serious as he nodded at Gu Yanran. "Miss Gu, God will hear your prayers and bless you and the people you care about." Gu Yanran turned around and continued to look in the direction of the blue hole. Suddenly, she saw a few black dots floating diagonally in front of the yacht. When they got closer, she saw that they seemed to be people who had fallen into the water. "Miss Gu, there are 3 people who fell into the water in front. Should we save them?" One of Gu Yanran's housekeepers walked in and whispered in her ear. Gu Yanran reached out. "Give me the binoculars." The housekeeper placed a high-powered military binoculars in her hand. Gu Yanran raised the binoculars to look and froze when she saw it. How could it be her? What was she doing? But even though she was confused, she couldn't leave them to die. Gu Yanran ordered, "Send someone to save them." The waves were still tumbling, but they were much calmer than before. Gu Nianji panted and slowly steadied herself. She said to Yin Shixiang behind her, "Brother Xiong, I'm fine now. You can rest now." Yin Shixiang's grip was too tight just now, and it was starting to spasm. It took some effort for him to loosen his grip. He secretly flexed it twice to confirm that there was nothing wrong with his hands before putting them behind his back and taking a step back. He asked hoarsely, "Nianji, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'm much better now." Gu Nianji turned around to look at Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang had thick brows and large eyes. His skin was slightly brown, but it was a bit pale. He was probably dizzy from the waves just now. Gu Nianji patted his arm. "Rest for a bit." "I'm going out for a bit." "What are you going to do?" Yin Shixiang grabbed Gu Nianji's hand. "You were very reckless this time. Luckily you're fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to answer to Hua Xiao." Hearing Yin Shixiang mention Hua Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji felt both sweet and sad. She sniffled and tried to support her body. She said as calmly as possible, "If I didn't crash the boat, you wouldn't have Hua Xiao to answer to. Let go of me and let me out." Gu Nianji was telling the truth. The situation just now had been extremely dangerous. Even if Yin Shixiang had done it himself, the result would have been the same. At that time, he hadn't been as decisive as Gu Nianji. Yin Shixiang was a bit ashamed but still held her arm. "Nianji, Hua Xiao will be fine. He survived even the most dangerous situations. This is nothing." Indeed, the missions that the Special Operations Forces had carried out in the past few years were much more dangerous than this. Moreover, they often faced foreign mercenaries and regular troops. These few bandits and pirates were nothing to them. Gu Nianji knew this was the truth, but she also knew the situation in the Blue Hole was different. It was different from what Hua Xiaoheng and the others had encountered in the past. However, she couldn't explain it clearly to Yin Shixiang. At the end of the day, she was relying on intuition. There was no scientific explanation for it. But because it was intuition, she had to go. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well for the rest of her life. Gu Nianji pushed Yin Shixiang's hand away with one finger at a time. She said calmly, "Let go of me. I'm going to find Hua Xiao." "How are you going to find him?" "He's in the Blue Hole. He'll come out soon." Yin Shixiang hadn't seen Hua Xiaoheng exchange fire with the people on the yacht because he was engaged by another sniper. He couldn't look around with binoculars like Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji shook her head. Her voice was even calmer. "Hua Xiao and Brother Zhe can't come out. If they could, they would have come out a long time ago. Don't you understand? They're in danger." "Really?" Yin Shixiang's expression changed. "Are you sure?" "I'm not sure, so I'm going down to take a look." Gu Nianji said as she pretended to take off her clothes. Yin Shixiang quickly turned his head away from Gu Nianji. He shouted at the window, "If you're not sure, then why are you going?" Gu Nianji took the opportunity when he turned his head to rush out of the cockpit. Mimicking him, she quickly locked Yin Shixiang in the cockpit and rushed to the small living room. She found the spare diving suits they'd brought. She took off her sportswear and put on the spare diving suit in only her underwear and underwear. The diving suit was very large and didn't fit her well. But Gu Nianji couldn't care less at that moment. Her little face was tense. Carrying the oxygen tank, she dove into the water and swam with the current towards the Blue Hole. When In Shixiang used a metal wire to pry open the locked cabin door and rushed to the deck, he only had time to see Gu Nianji's back swimming in the sea. She was like a mermaid swimming towards her prince. This is the second update. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Go ahead and flip to the end of this morning's update to see if there are any surprises. Try again. If it goes well, you'll get a big one tomorrow. Group kiss. Chapter 505. Gu Nianji's swimming ability had been honed with the special forces. If it was just swimming in the sea, Yin Shixiang wouldn't be worried about any waves. However, it wasn't just the waves, but also the people who had just jumped into the sea and might be hiding in the dark to cause trouble. Yin Shixiang rushed to the front of the boat and waved his arms, but he didn't dare call out her name. He was worried that if someone found out, it would cause more trouble. He could only howl to vent his anger and nervousness. It was already noon, and the sun shone brightly on the sea, making the water appear even more piercing. Gu Nianji swam with all her might towards the blue hole. The sun shone brightly above her head, and the water was blue, but she wasn't in the mood to enjoy the view. Her face was burning from the sun, but luckily she was wearing diving goggles, so her eyes weren't hurt. She didn't dare to swim underwater because she didn't have a compass. She would lose her way if she went below the surface. When she was on the surface, she still had to pay attention to the movements of the armed robbers on the yacht that she had knocked over. If they didn't give up and hid somewhere at the bottom of the sea, they could come out at any time to kill her. It didn't matter if she died, but if she died, no one would be able to save Hua Xiaoheng. And Hua Xiaoheng wasn't just important to her, but to the entire Huaxia Empire. Gu Nianji's courage increased when she thought of the heavy responsibility she had. However, she didn't act recklessly. Instead, she used all the swimming skills she had learned in the past 6 or 7 years to try to swim to the blue hole in the shortest time possible without using up too much energy. Gu Yanran stood alone at the front of the black yacht and watched the yacht ride the wind and waves towards the blue hole. The middle-aged woman walked over from behind, her eyes sparkling as she asked her one last time, "Yanran, do you really have to go to the blue hole? Do you really have to save Hua Xiaoheng?" "Yes, I can't just watch him fall into danger," Gu Yanran said without turning her head. Her eyes were focused on the blue hole not far away. The water there was a deeper blue than anywhere else, so blue that it was a bit creepy. "His heart isn't with you, so what's the point of you saving him?" The middle-aged woman looked at her strangely. "Even if you save him, you won't mind seeing him with someone else in the future." Gu Yanran lowered her head and stared blankly for a moment before replying quietly, "If that's the case, there's nothing I can do. But as long as I save him, I can leave a scar in his heart." I didn't expect Yanran to be such an infatuated girl. I really couldn't tell before." The middle-aged woman nodded. "That's good. Our paths are different. Give me a small boat and let me down." "Are you leaving?" Gu Yanran finally turned to look at her. Her expression was calm. "Why do you always dress like this? Besides, this is the sea. Are you sure a small boat is enough?" There was no food and no water. If there was a storm, their boat would disappear in the vast sea. If this continued, it would be tantamount to suicide. The middle-aged woman snickered and waved a hand at Gu Yanran. She said lazily, "You don't have to worry about how I dress. But the person you want to save is the person who tried to capture me by all means possible. Am I supposed to just sit here and wait for death? But it's also very dangerous for you to go down to the sea. You might even die." Gu Yanran walked to the middle-aged woman's side and studied her carefully. "I don't know what grudge you have with them, but can you reconcile with them for my sake?" Are you sure you want to reconcile?" The middle-aged woman had a strange smile on her face. "I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Just give me a speedboat and let me go quickly." If I'm too late and those people see me with you, they'll misunderstand again. Gu Yanran sighed. Looks like you still don't want to let go. Actually, why bother? Why bother? It's easy for you to say. If what happened to me happened to you, I don't believe you can still act like a saint. The middle-aged woman snickered and shook her head in disdain. Stop talking. Hurry up and give me a boat. I still have 2 loyal subordinates. With them protecting me, it won't be a problem to return to shore. Gu Yanran saw that the woman wouldn't listen no matter how much she tried to persuade her. She felt that she had done her best as a friend, so she nodded. Fine, I'll do as you say. I'll give you a lifeboat, as well as some food and water. Use it sparingly. If there are no accidents, you'll be able to return to shore in half a day. It's only half a day. What are you complaining about? The middle-aged woman grew impatient and turned to leave. I'm leaving. This time, I'm really going back. There's no need to see me again. With that, she paused and turned back to look at Gu Yanran with a strange smile. But are you sure you can enter the blue hole to save him? I've already activated your father's electric fence. What? Gu Yanran was shocked. She walked quickly to stop the middle-aged woman. How did you activate it? How did you know about the electric fence here? Who told you? The middle-aged woman looked like she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Clutching her chest, she laughed so hard that tears streamed down her cheeks. She used the back of her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes as she giggled. How would I know? Who told me? That's a good question, but I don't know either. Ha 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 ha. The middle-aged woman laughed heartily as she jumped off the yacht. She jumped into a lifeboat that had just been released from the yacht into the sea. Her 2 subordinates followed suit and jumped down as well. The lifeboat rocked twice on the surface of the sea. The middle-aged woman's subordinates quickly steadied themselves and started the lifeboat. Gu Yanran stood at the bow of the boat and watched as the middle-aged woman left with her 2 subordinates. Not long after the 3 of them left, Gu Yanran's yacht arrived at the waters near the blue hole. The sky ahead was so blue that it almost blinded one's eyes. The longer one looked at the blue hole, the more one would think that everything else was blue. Gu Yanran raised her hand, and the housekeeper immediately placed a pair of custom-made sunglasses in her delicate palm. Gu Yanran put on the sunglasses and looked in the direction of the blue hole. It was much clearer now. She frowned slightly and muttered, why did the electric fence here activate? Didn't it run out of electricity after so many years? She felt very uneasy and crossed her arms as she paced back and forth at the bow of the yacht. In the end, she still didn't believe the middle-aged woman's words. She raised her chin at her housekeeper. Get someone to take the lifeboat to the blue hole to save someone. Save who? The housekeeper asked in surprise. Do you have a photo? Gu Yanran's worries were all dispelled by the housekeeper. She laughed. The blue hole is deserted all year round. Do we still need a photo to save someone? You guys go in and save anyone you see inside. Yes, Miss Gu. Although the housekeeper felt that Gu Yanran's order was a bit strange, she was the employer and the person who paid them. Her words were the loudest, so they could only keep their opinions to themselves. The housekeeper acted quickly. Within a few minutes, he found 2 strong sailors to take the lifeboat to the blue hole. Gu Yanran's black yacht was less than 10 meters away from the blue hole. The situation in the sea could already be seen clearly with the naked eye. Moreover, Gu Yanran had high-definition binoculars. She raised the binoculars and could even see Hua Xiaoheng's head popping up from time to time in the blue hole. She could see his handsome eyes, strong arms, and standard swimming style. He was gliding in the blue sky. Although he was in a dangerous place, his posture was still relaxed, as if he did not care about the danger at all. He cruised in this azure world as if this was his territory and he was the king here. Gu Nianji finally neared the blue hole's waters. However, before she could swim over, a black yacht sped over from another direction and also headed towards the blue hole. The yacht created a huge wave, and the waves instantly swept Gu Nianji into the bottom of the sea. She spent a lot of effort to struggle to the surface. Fortunately, the wave just now happened to block the view of the people on the yacht. Whether it was Gu Yanran or the middle-aged woman who had just left, none of them noticed a slender figure floating near the yacht. Gu Nianji floated up from the bottom of the sea and happened to miss the middle-aged woman and the others who had left in the small boat. She shook her head and looked around. After determining her direction, she swam over to the black yacht in front of her. She still didn't know who the people on the black yacht were, but considering the gunmen on the white yacht, Gu Nianji decided to be careful. She carefully kept her figure in the yacht's blind spot so that she wouldn't be discovered by the people on the yacht. "Miss, the blue hole's waters are just ahead." The housekeeper stood beside Gu Yanran and watched with her as the two subordinates in the lifeboat approached the blue hole's waters. Gu Nianji swam behind a reef near the blue hole's waters. Her dark gray diving suit perfectly blended in with the surrounding reef. She lay there motionlessly and observed her surroundings. It turned out that the waters around the blue hole weren't spacious and flat. Instead, there were some rugged reefs entrenched there in a complicated pattern. Therefore, the big boat definitely couldn't pass, but the small lifeboat was no problem. Gu Nianji's eyes widened as she watched the small lifeboat sail towards the blue hole's waters. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. It went in. Whoosh! Just as the small lifeboat was about to enter the blue hole's waters, a bluish-purple electric arc crackled from the bottom of the small boat. This time, for some reason, the bluish-purple electric arc was even more powerful than before. It was like a bolt of lightning and instantly charred the lifeboat. The two people on the lifeboat were instantly electrocuted into 2 pieces of charcoal. Gu Nianji was shocked. The bluish-purple electric arc just now wasn't this powerful. It had only been less than half an hour, right? How could it be so powerful? Gu Yanran was also shocked. She didn't expect the electric fence her father had left behind to go out of control. This is the first 3,000-word update. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an additional update at 7 p.m. The group chat was silent. Chapter 506. The seawater in the blue hole boiled, and the bluish-purple electric arcs crackled on the surface of the sea. The electric currents danced like golden snakes, and it also looked like the sky filled with lightning before a storm. However, the positions of the sky and the earth were reversed. The blue hole looked like the sky, but the sky looked like the land. Gu Yanran sucked in a breath of cold air. She covered her mouth and stared at the scene in front of her with wide eyes. She murmured, "That day. That day 7 years ago, this place was like this." She remembered that the situation was almost exactly the same as now. The sky was dark, the sea was blue, and the positions of the sky and the earth seemed to be reversed. It was also that day that she suddenly received the bad news that her father and mother's flight MH210 had disappeared mid-flight. Then, all the countries in the world participated in a major search. She left home in a hurry to deal with her father and mother's funeral matters. Her younger sister, Gu Nianji, insisted on taking the boat out to sea that day. Their family's servants could not stop her and could only accompany her. After that, the yacht never came back. Gu Yanran closed her eyes and didn't want to continue thinking about it. Gu Nianji, who was lying behind the reef, saw the situation in the blue hole's waters and became even more anxious. What could she do to save Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze? Those people couldn't even get close to that area by boat. Earlier, she had seen Hu Xiaoheng surface from time to time through the binoculars. Now, after so long, Hu Xiaoheng hadn't appeared again. Could it be that something bad had happened to him? Gu Nianji was frightened by her own thoughts. Her heart contracted violently, as if a large hand was squeezing her heart. All the blood in her body was squeezed out, and it rushed out of her throat. Gu Nianji only felt a fishy sweetness in her throat. She pursed her lips tightly and didn't allow herself to show any weakness. Now wasn't the time to be weak. There were people waiting for her to save in the hellish depths of the sea. Gu Nianji quietly moved down from the reef and prepared to swim below sea level. At this point, she could already see the blue hole not far away from the water. She didn't have to worry about getting lost. At this moment, she suddenly heard a series of sirens that grew louder and louder. The sirens were getting closer and closer to her. Gu Nianji was startled and was about to slide down the reef when she heard someone's voice coming from behind her. Ha! There's actually someone here. Gu Nianji was horrified. She had been discovered. In a moment of desperation, she didn't know if the other party was a friend or foe. She just wanted to quickly slide to the bottom of the water to be safe. Unexpectedly, the other party's swimming skills were much better than hers. Her swimming skills were trained in the swimming pool, while the other person's swimming skills were obviously trained by growing up by the sea and fighting with natural waves. He quickly grabbed Gu Nianji's arm, lifted her onto the small lifeboat, and threw her into the corner. On the lifeboat, a middle-aged woman wearing black-rimmed glasses and thick bangs that covered her forehead turned around and yanked off Gu Nianji's scuba gear and diving mask. Ha! It really is you. The middle-aged woman laughed maniacally. Gu Nianji, oh Gu Nianji. To think that you would have such a day. It was actually the woman on the dark blue yacht. Gu Nianji was extremely nervous but maintained a calm expression on her face. She said coldly, "Who are you? Do I know you? You don't need to know me. I only need to know you." The middle-aged woman's face was filled with the joy of getting her revenge. She smacked Gu Nianji across the face. Gu Nianji never suffered a loss. Without thinking, she slapped the middle-aged woman back and said crisply, "Can't you talk nicely? Why are you hitting me?" The middle-aged woman was stunned by Gu Nianji's slap. After a while, she came back to her senses and glared at Gu Nianji. Her eyes looked like they were about to burst into flames. "You hit me. How dare you hit me?" She then roared at her two subordinates, "What are you doing? Why aren't you tying her up?" Gu Nianji cursed silently. How could she save Hua Xiaoheng if she was tied up? She steeled her heart and pulled out the gun from her diving suit to shoot at the middle-aged woman. In the end, she was too nervous. Her hand trembled, and she missed. However, this shot was enough to kill the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman also didn't expect Gu Nianji to have a gun in her diving suit. She paused in shock and immediately pulled one of her subordinates over to block in front of her. Gu Nianji raised her hand and fired a second shot, killing the middle-aged woman's subordinate in front of her in one shot. The middle-aged woman's other subordinate immediately pulled out a gun and fired at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji was already prepared. After firing the second shot, she rolled on the ground and crashed into the middle-aged woman's leg. She knocked her down and began to wrestle with her. The middle-aged woman's subordinate didn't dare to shoot again. He stood to the side and looked around, afraid that he would accidentally shoot his master. Gu Nianji didn't have that much to worry about. As soon as she wrestled with the middle-aged woman, she realized that she wasn't as strong as she was. She twisted the woman's hands behind her back with one hand and knelt on one leg at the same time. She held the gun in her other hand and aimed at the man in front of her who was too afraid to shoot. She fired several shots. The middle-aged woman's second subordinate was also killed by Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji kicked the two corpses into the sea and turned to glare at the middle-aged woman. Her eyes were full of murderous intent. "How dare you kill people? The middle-aged woman's eyes almost popped out of her head. How dare you kill people? You knowingly broke the law. Gu Nianji was instantly emboldened with the gun in her hand. She was secretly glad that the diving suit she had randomly picked up was Hu Xiaoheng's backup diving suit. It was different from normal diving suits. There were all kinds of weapons and ropes hidden inside. They could be used to save lives and repel enemies in critical moments. They were all special military equipment from the Special Operations Forces. Gu Nianji slowly stood up and straightened her arm with the gun in her hand. She said to the middle-aged woman, "I killed people in self-defense. What do you have to say about that? Unlike you, who want to kill us all." The middle-aged woman's eyes flashed and she smiled sheepishly. "We wanted to kill you all. Are you all dead? Not a single one died. I'm afraid you wanted to kill us all. But Gu Nianji, this might all be a misunderstanding. You don't have to be like this. We can talk this out." Gu Nianji hated this woman for putting Hu Xiaoheng in danger. She didn't want to listen to her at all. Also, it was obvious that she couldn't beat her just now. Gu Nianji had killed 2 of her thugs before she admitted defeat. It was unnecessary for someone like her to say anything to Gu Nianji. She took a step closer and pointed the gun at the woman's head. "I don't care what misunderstanding there is. I want this boat right now. Jump off. Jump off. This is the ocean. Would I still be alive if I jumped off?" The middle-aged woman screamed exaggeratedly. Gu Nianji didn't believe her at all. "Are you going to jump or not?" Gu Nianji pushed the gun so hard that it almost made a hole in the middle-aged woman's head. TSK, Gu Nianji, I really overestimated you. I didn't know you were so reckless and rude. The middle-aged woman clicked her tongue. She didn't seem afraid at all. "You finally caught me. Aren't you curious why I chased after you?" Gu Nianji raised a brow. "You chased after me? When did that happen? Why didn't I know about it?" The middle-aged woman was so angry at Gu Nianji's words that her insides trembled. Why was this little woman's mouth so annoying? She had racked her brains to plan and prepared painstakingly. She had almost killed Gu Nianji, but Gu Nianji had inexplicably escaped several times. Even this time, Gu Nianji was 3 against 1, but Gu Nianji still managed to turn the tables. Was she really no match for Gu Nianji? The middle-aged woman stared at Gu Nianji with a strange expression. "You really don't know. Don't you remember one day last year when you went to your classmate's birthday party and got drugged?" Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. How did this middle-aged woman know about this? "Who are you?" Gu Nianji's voice lowered with obvious confusion. The middle-aged woman was overjoyed. She knew Gu Nianji had fallen into her trap. She laughed. "Do you really want to know who I am? You really don't know." As the 2 of them spoke, a loud whistle sounded again. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't delay any longer. Hu Xiaoheng was still waiting for her to save him. Every minute she delayed would put him in more danger. Therefore, she wasn't curious at all. She said coldly, "I don't care who you are. Tell me if you want. I'll give you 3 seconds to jump. I'll count to 3. If you don't jump, I'll shoot." The middle-aged woman's expression changed when she heard the whistle. Her tone immediately changed. She said darkly, "It's fine if you don't want to know. Women who get drugged with H3OB7 all end up badly anyway. Gu Nianji, isn't the feeling of sleeping with 7 men very exhilarating? This is the second update. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are 2 updates of 5 to 6,000 words every day. Are they still not satisfied?" The group was full of kisses. Chapter 507. What the hell are you talking about? Gu Nianji's heart raced, but she refused to admit defeat verbally. She retorted, what the hell is H3 ob 7? You could turn the entire Sahara Desert into fertile farmland if you let the water out of your brain. Why are you still wasting your breath here? The middle-aged woman saw that Gu Nianji didn't seem to care at all and didn't seem to be faking it. Could she really be fine? Impossible. After thinking about it carefully, she confirmed her belief in H3 ob 7. That thing was indeed incurable, and had been proven by countless Chinese women. Gu Nianji was no exception. You don't remember. That's even better. Go and check what kind of aphrodisiac you took back then. Don't get married in the future, and your husband won't even know what color the hat on his head is. The middle-aged woman's words were also very vicious. Moreover, it was difficult for people to distinguish between the truth and lies. Gu Nianji was different. She had no recollection of what had happened after the aphrodisiac took effect. She only remembered finding Qinlai before the drug took effect. She was very confident in Qinlai's medical skills, so the painful consequences the middle-aged woman spoke of had definitely not happened to her. Of course, she was even more confident in Hu Xiaoheng's abilities. With Hu Xiaoheng around, no matter what difficulties she encountered, he would be able to overcome them. However, the middle-aged woman's words immediately made her realize, you're Yamaguchi Yuko. She didn't remember much of what had happened back then, and had only heard bits and pieces from Qinlai and Hu Xiaoheng. She also knew that Hu Xiaoheng and his men were investigating Yamaguchi Yuko. Of course, she also knew that the aphrodisiac her classmate Feng Yishi had obtained had come from a Japanese woman, Yamaguchi Yuko. She had also seen Yamaguchi Yuko's portrait at Hu Xiaoheng's place. Although it wasn't exactly the same, the general outline was still recognizable. Yamaguchi Yuko was the only one who knew so many things back then. So you really didn't die. Gu Nianji tightened her grip on the gun. The bolt clicked, and the gun was loaded. She pressed the gun against the middle-aged woman's forehead. She used so much force that a round red mark appeared on the woman's forehead. That's even better. I won't have to feel guilty about killing you anymore. You really want to kill me? The middle-aged woman's expression changed several times in an instant, as if she had never expected Gu Nianji to be this vicious. She glared at Gu Nianji and said bitterly, someone like you is actually a law student. Knowingly breaking the law was an additional crime. You really should let everyone see your true colors for what you've done. How disgusting. Gu Nianji was surprised again and raised a pair of beautiful long eyebrows. Her dark eyes stared at the middle-aged woman thoughtfully. She thought to herself that this person really knew a lot about her situation. Who exactly was she? However, this thought only spun around in her mind once before it was pushed to the back of her mind. Who cares who she is? Even if he was someone she once knew, she wouldn't let him off the hook even if he was someone she used to know. What a joke. She should have died 100 times over for putting Hu Xiaoheng in danger, not to mention the fact that she had tried to harm her many times before. Gu Nianji had made up her mind. She pulled the trigger and said in a low voice, are you jumping or not? I'm starting to count, 1, 2, 3. She hadn't even finished the word 3 when she heard the whistle coming one after the other. It was so loud that it hurt her eardrums. Gu Nianji finally looked in the direction of the whistle. A huge ship appeared on the horizon, facing the direction of the sun and heading in their direction. Gu Nianji froze. The middle-aged woman seized the opportunity to grab her wrist and forcefully snatch her gun. You're asking for it. Gu Nianji snapped back to reality and raised her long leg to kick the middle-aged woman who was trying to wrestle with her off the lifeboat. Get as far away from me as you can. If I see you again, I won't be so polite anymore. Gu Nianji took the gun and fired several shots at the water, creating a large white splash. Stop. Stop right now. What are you doing? Gu Yanran's voice came from behind Gu Nianji. She was shocked and angry at the same time. Her usually crisp and clear voice trembled slightly. Gu Nianji turned around and saw Gu Yanran standing on a lifeboat that had already arrived near her. Gu Nianji looked in the direction Gu Yanran had come from and confirmed that the black yacht she had seen earlier belonged to Gu Yanran, which meant it belonged to the Gus. She felt a bit strange, but she didn't act coy. Her face darkened as she watched Gu Yanran's sailors jump into the sea and rescue the middle-aged woman onto their lifeboat. You're Gu Nianji. Why are you in Barbados? Gu Yanran finally saw the tall girl in front of her and was shocked. She looked at the gun in her hand and said in shock, "Why are you holding a gun? Why are you trying to kill others? Nianji, how can you disregard the law like this?" Gu Nianji's eyes were still on the middle-aged woman who had been rescued. She didn't even look at Gu Yanran and said calmly, "Miss Gu, don't talk to me about the law. This is international waters. May I ask which country's laws are you following?" The middle-aged woman had her eyes closed and was wrapped in a thin blanket. She had been curled up in a corner of Gu Yanran's lifeboat the entire time. Her expression was indifferent and she didn't say a word. Gu Nianji looked at her again before looking at Gu Yanran. She suddenly asked, "You know each other?" Before Gu Yanran could answer, the middle-aged woman suddenly laughed strangely. "Of course she knows me. She even vouched for me and let me go abroad. Ha 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 ha. You're all stupid. Shut up." Gu Yanran couldn't stand the woman's insults anymore. "I saved your life. Don't bite the hand that fed you." Gu Nianji looked at Gu Yanran, then at the middle-aged woman. Pursing her lips, she put the gun back into her diving suit and turned to start the lifeboat. "Hey! Gu Nianji, what are you doing?" Gu Yanran quickly stopped her. "Are you going to save Mr. Hua? With this small lifeboat? It's useless." Gu Nianji's movements paused. The scene of the lifeboat of the same model being instantly charred by the blue hole's violet electric arcs appeared in her mind. However, she still lowered her head and fiddled with the lifeboat's engine. She couldn't not save him just because she knew it was dangerous. Not long after, she started the lifeboat. Gu Nianji didn't even look back as she piloted the lifeboat towards the blue hole's waters. "Come back. Come back. Don't go die. We can think of another way." Gu Yanran shouted anxiously. However, Gu Nianji's lifeboat was going so fast and the engine was so loud, it was impossible to hear her. Why is this child so stubborn? Gu Yanran sighed and turned to see the middle-aged woman curled up in the corner of the lifeboat. She asked in confusion, "Why did you come back? Where are your subordinates?" "They were killed by Gu Nianji. This little girl is really something. She kills without batting an eye." The middle-aged woman spat in disdain and looked at Gu Yanran. "Since I'm on your boat, you should save me until the end." "I have no obligation to save you." Gu Yanran frowned and said impatiently, "I told you not to leave by yourself, but you didn't listen. Now you don't even have anyone with you. How are you going to explain yourself when you go back?" "Pfft." The middle-aged woman laughed. "You don't have to worry about how I explain myself. You'd better." Her gaze wandered as she watched Gu Nianji's lifeboat approach the blue hole's waters and sail towards the ocean full of bluish-purple electric arcs. Gu Yanran's gaze followed her. Sigh, such a beautiful little girl. Why is she so stubborn? Gu Yanran couldn't bear to watch. "Let's go back." She directed her lifeboat to return to her yacht. The middle-aged woman's gaze was fixed on Gu Nianji's small lifeboat in front of her. Gu Nianji looked at the ocean full of bluish-purple electric arcs in front of her, and fear appeared in her eyes. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid. Growing up, the most dangerous time was probably the beginning of her memory, the car accident when she was 12 years old. Ever since she met Hu Xiaoheng that time, she had been tightly and safely protected by him. These 6 or 7 years were probably the best time of her life. However, the person who had given her a second life was now in danger. No matter how scared she was, it couldn't stop her determination to enter the Dead Sea. If she was going to die, she wanted to die with Hu Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji's expression became determined. She quietly looked at the ocean full of bluish-purple electric arcs and forced herself to find a solution within 10 minutes. According to her calculations, the oxygen tanks that Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liang's brought could only last for 3 hours at most. 2.5 hours had already passed, and there was still half an hour left for emergency response. Therefore, she had less than 10 minutes left. Could she find a solution within 10 minutes? If she had a supercomputer and all kinds of engineering equipment, there was still hope of solving the ocean full of bluish-purple electric arcs in 10 minutes. However, she had nothing now. She only had a cell phone, and it was even configured for gaming. It was impossible to use it for large-scale calculations. Then she looked at the set of Swiss Army knives in her diving suit. Could these be considered engineering equipment? What a joke! Gu Nianji took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She tried her best to tell herself to calm down, to calm down. There must be a solution, there must be a solution. As long as the arrangement of the blue hole was arranged by someone, there must be a solution. She was no longer the little girl who was tied up in the car and couldn't do anything about the fire. She had a solution. She must have a solution. Gu Nianji suddenly opened her eyes and thought of the first problem. Since the blue hole could produce bluish-purple electric arcs, what kind of power generator would be needed to produce bluish-purple electric arcs of this scale? This is the first update, 3,000 words. Reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. group chat. P.S. Actually, this story is very rich in content. I've already written a detailed outline, but I just didn't have time to write it. I'm crying. This is the time of the year when I'm so busy. I envy authors who can write full-time. Chapter 508. There were only a few common ways to generate electricity. Hydropower, wind power, thermal power, solar power, and nuclear power. Gu Nianji quickly recalled the physics knowledge she had learned from the Special Operations Forces teachers about electricity resources. Combining it with the situation around the blue hole, she decisively ruled out the possibility of thermal power and hydropower. Hydropower required a large drop or a temperature difference in the sea to generate electricity, but the terrain and hydrological conditions obviously didn't meet the requirements for hydropower. Also, hydropower required large-scale infrastructure construction. The environment around the blue hole didn't have any signs of artificial construction. It maintained its original appearance, so the possibility of hydropower could be completely ruled out. There was no need to mention thermal power. The sea around the blue hole didn't have the natural conditions for thermal power generation. Other than hydropower and thermal power, which required large-scale infrastructure, wind power and nuclear power also had very high requirements for power generation. Large-scale infrastructure construction was essential. Gu Nianji quickly ruled out hydropower, thermal power, wind power, and nuclear power. She focused on solar power. Solar power was a power generation method that could be large or small, complex or simple. Gu Nianji didn't know much about solar power, but she knew the general principle. The Special Operations Forces also had solar power panels. She had been curious and secretly climbed to the roof to observe them. The world's best solar power circuit boards had already been developed to the point of being small and light. They could even be carried around. Like other technologies, all the most advanced technologies were in the military field. Solar power was no exception. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the blue hole's environment again and immediately noticed something different. She observed the large and small reefs that surfaced near the blue hole's waters. These reefs looked no different from normal reefs at first glance. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that the irregular shape and rough texture of the reefs actually had other secrets. Gu Nianji focused on the reefs. Her eyes gradually focused on a place not far from her lifeboat. The location of the reef was very coincidental. Half of it was inside the blue hole's waters, and the other half was outside. If it really was solar power like she imagined, then the location of the reef was really remarkable. She followed the position of the reef and looked around the blue hole's waters. She immediately discovered something. The area between the blue hole's waters and the normal sea was dotted with reefs like this. Half of them were in the blue hole's waters, and the other half were in the normal sea. It would be perfect to use them as a carrier for solar power. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up, and she steered the lifeboat towards the reef. Suddenly, a commotion and argument erupted on Gu Yanran's yacht. Gu Nianji was so absorbed in her thoughts that she was awakened by the noise on the other side. She subconsciously looked in that direction. At the bow of Gu Yanran's yacht, the middle-aged woman was holding Gu Yanran hostage with a gun. She stood with her back to the surface of the sea. Gu Yanran's neck was tightly strangled by the middle-aged woman. Gu Yanran kept trying to break the middle-aged woman's arm, but she couldn't break it. The middle-aged woman pointed her gun at Gu Yanran's housekeeper and bodyguards and kept shouting. Gu Nianji felt that Gu Yanran deserved it. That middle-aged woman was obviously not a good person, but she still saved her and went to her yacht. She averted her gaze and ignored Gu Yanran. She focused on jumping onto the reef. The area between the blue hole's waters and the normal sea was filled with reefs of all sizes. Gu Nianji had to steer very carefully to avoid those reefs. Arriving in front of the reef closest to her, Gu Nianji stopped the lifeboat and visually measured the distance between her and the reef. She took out a suitable length of rope from her diving suit, tied it into a circle, and threw it towards the reef. She threw it twice and caught it on the reef. Then, she pulled it tight and kicked off the bottom of the boat. She jumped up and pounced on the reef. She landed successfully. Gu Nianji almost laughed out loud, but soon, she couldn't laugh anymore. The reef was actually electrified. She couldn't tell how many volts it was. Of course, it was lower than the bluish-purple electric arcs in the blue hole's waters, but it was still beyond what the average human body could withstand. Gu Nianji felt like thousands of tiny needles were poking into her body. It wasn't particularly painful at first, but after 3 seconds, the pain spread throughout her entire body. She clenched her teeth to prevent herself from moaning. Ignoring the pain all over her body, she half-squatted on the reef and began to use the simple circuit detection device on the Special Operations Force's all-purpose diving suit to find traces of solar circuit boards. Not long after, she found a clue and was instantly amazed. She didn't know who was so smart. These weren't F*King reefs at all. They were solar circuit boards disguised as reefs. And a very advanced and novel paint was used on the outside. This paint could not only disguise the texture of the reef to protect the circuit board inside, but it could also multiply the absorption of solar energy. This was very unbelievable. The reason solar power hadn't been widely used was actually because the conversion rate of solar energy itself was too low. Its performance was low, and it caused serious environmental pollution. However, these natural, solar reef slabs, near the blue hole not only had a high conversion rate, but they also realized recycling of the circuit device, so the pollution to the environment was almost minimized. This was also why this area of the sea had been able to maintain its original appearance. Using the environment while simultaneously transforming and protecting the environment. This kind of technology was truly mature and sustainable. While Gu Nianji was amazed, she also had to carefully avoid the bluish-purple electric arcs near the blue hole on the other side of the reef. Those arcs were obviously high-voltage electricity. If she were to come into contact with them, she would definitely die. It didn't matter if she died, but what about Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze? Gu Nianji would never let that happen. Now that she knew where the power generator was, the next step was to destroy the power generator here. Gu Nianji looked up and counted. There were about 8 similar reefs arranged in an octagonal shape. Her time was limited, so she didn't have the time to climb onto those reefs one by one to destroy them. Now was the time to use the destructive weapon. Gu Nianji took out her gun from her diving suit and aimed at several similar reefs nearby. She fired continuously, causing the reefs to shatter into pieces and completely destroying the external coating and internal wiring of the power generator. 2 minutes later, the bluish-purple electric arcs in the blue hole's waters weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, they weren't as strong as before. Instead, they were like scattered blue willow, the wisps floating on the azure blue sea. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She knew she had found the right direction. Just as she was about to continue looking for those reefs to shoot, she heard a loud noise coming from Gu Yanran's yacht. "Let me go. Let me go. You can't bite the hand that feeds you." It was Gu Yanran's hoarse voice. Gu Nianji quickly turned around and saw that on the 3rd floor of Gu Yanran's yacht, the middle-aged woman had taken a gun from somewhere and was holding Gu Yanran hostage with it. She stood with her back facing the blue hole's waters. "I have nothing now. Get your family to pay the ransom." The middle-aged woman's cackling was like a demon's voice piercing through Gu Nianji's mind. Gu Nianji frowned and slowly raised the gun in her hand. She wanted to take the opportunity to shoot the middle-aged woman from behind and help Gu Yanran out of trouble. She couldn't just watch Gu Yanran get killed in front of her. However, before she could do anything, Gu Yanran's situation changed. The middle-aged woman suddenly stumbled and fell forward. Gu Yanran somehow escaped from the middle-aged woman's grasp and also had a gun in her hand. She fired multiple shots at the middle-aged woman's chest and then kicked her into the sea. The seawater was immediately dyed red with blood. The middle-aged woman's corpse quickly floated up and floated in the sea. Yamaguchi Yuko, whom Hu Xiaoheng and the others had been chasing for so long, was dead just like that. And Gu Yanran had killed her herself. Gu Nianji's eyes widened, and her mouth almost couldn't close. However, she was only shocked for a moment. She immediately turned around and planned to find a place to jump into the waters of the blue hole. Her attention was focused on figuring out how to find the place where the blue electric arcs were the weakest to jump into. She didn't notice that the huge ship she had seen earlier had anchored nearby. A fully equipped lifeboat several times larger than her lifeboat had been released from the ship and was speeding towards her. "Gu Nianji! Get back here!" An angry roar came from behind her, and the clear, cold voice pulled Gu Nianji back from her thoughts. She turned around in shock again and saw He Zhichu standing on a white ship. He was glaring at her angrily. "Professor He. Why are you here?" Gu Nianji's shock turned to joy. She smiled and waved at him. Then she quickly turned around and jumped into the area where the blue electric arcs were the weakest. It wasn't that she didn't want to listen to He Zhichu, but Hu Xiaoheng couldn't wait any longer. She didn't have time to explain to him. He Zhichu, who had just rushed over, watched Gu Nianji's slender figure jump into the waters of the blue hole that still had weak electric sparks. This was the second time she had met with an accident in front of him. This time, no one stopped him. He Zhichu didn't say anything and jumped down as well. This was the second update. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The group chat was silent. Chapter 509. Gu Nianji fell into the water without making a sound. She didn't make a single splash, just like the best diver. As soon as she touched the water, she felt the pressure of the electric shock coming from all directions. It was as if he had slipped through a pile of countless needles, and every inch of his skin was densely pricked. She gritted her teeth and endured the pain as she quickly dove into the deep sea. Sure enough, as long as she endured the initial pain of entering the water, there was almost no electric current when she reached about 2 meters below the surface. Gu Ninji opened her eyes at the bottom of the sea and looked at the clear blue world in front of her. She thought about the situation in her mind and was filled with respect and admiration for the person who had set up this area of the sea. Pure water didn't conduct electricity, but normal water contained impurities and would definitely conduct electricity. Seawater, on the other hand, would definitely conduct electricity. However, the person who set up this place had cleverly wrapped the area around the blue hole with electric arcs. From top to bottom, it was an invisible line of defense that separated it from the normal sea. That's amazing. Gu Nianji praised in her heart as she quickly swam to the bottom of the blue hole. Hu Xiaoheng returned to the crevice where he was hiding with Zhao Liangze. Seeing that he was still fiddling with the communication device, he smiled wryly and patted Zhao Liangze's shoulder. Zhao Liangze suddenly looked up and screamed in surprise when he saw Hu Xiaoheng had returned. He pounced to hug his shoulder and patted it hard, splashing water everywhere. His screams were muffled by the sealed diving mask, so Hu Xiaoheng couldn't hear them. However, he could feel Zhao Liangze's excitement from the vibration of his shoulder patting. Hu Xiaoheng also patted his shoulder and hid in the crevice with him. They used sign language to talk about the situation on the surface of the sea. Zhao Liangze finally realized that the electric fence could even seal off the surface of the sea. If it weren't for the diving goggles, Zhao Liangze thought his eyes would have popped out of their sockets. He excitedly signed to Hu Xiaoheng. We originally thought it was a more advanced military electric fence, but now it looks like it's more advanced than any known military electric fence in the world. Hu Xiaoheng nodded but wasn't as excited as Zhao Liangze. If they could use such an advanced technology, he would naturally be ecstatic. But now, such an advanced thing had become a cage that troubled them. How could he be happy? If such advanced technology were to be obtained by other countries, just the thought of it would be terrifying. The two of them had their backs against each other as they rested in the crevice between the rocks. To conserve oxygen, the two of them only used one scuba and took turns wearing it for a few minutes. Gradually, time passed, and the oxygen in their oxygen tanks was running out. They didn't plan to spend too much time here, so their oxygen tanks were the smallest type. They would run out sooner or later. In order to increase Hu Xiaoheng's chances of survival, Zhao Liangze had been reducing his oxygen intake since 10 minutes ago in order to conserve more oxygen for Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng was more important than him. He was willing to give Hu Xiaoheng the chance to live. Even if he died, it would be worth it. Moreover, Hu Xiaoheng would definitely avenge him. When the time came, he would write a few programs for him and burn them for him. He would be able to keep an eye on the development of computer software in the afterlife. He also reduced his activities to conserve his energy and try not to be discovered by Hu Xiaoheng. Not long after, he felt that he was beginning to hallucinate and see things. In front of him was no longer the clear blue sea, but a beautiful villa. Two young and beautiful women in snow-white tennis outfits were holding tennis rackets and going to the tennis court to play tennis. The two of them giggled, and the sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves. The taller girl's skin was almost golden brown, and when she smiled, she revealed her snow-white teeth. Her plump lips were the place he wanted to taste the most. Yes, this taller girl was the Bai Yueran in his heart. He looked at this scene in a trance and reached out his hand, wanting to touch the beautiful woman's face. However, the woman was like a soap bubble. Just as his hand reached out, she disappeared without a trace in front of him. In front of him was still the clear blue sea. It was quiet, without any waves or ripples. Zhao Liangze was disappointed, and the lack of oxygen in his brain worsened. Don't go. Yueran. Don't go. He tried to reach forward to grab the disappearing figure, but he couldn't control himself and fell forward. Only then did Hu Xiaoheng realize Zhao Liang's condition. He grabbed him by the shoulders and slapped his face hard, but Zhao Liangzi didn't react at all. He had already fainted. Hu Xiaoheng quickly brought the scuba gear over and connected it to Zhao Liangzi's diving mask so he could breathe. However, Zhao Liangzi didn't know if he was already unconscious and couldn't breathe, or if he refused to breathe even though he was unconscious and insisted on leaving the last bottle for Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng tightly hugged Zhao Liangzi's lifeless body. The grief and anger in his heart were indescribable. They could be sacrificed, but it was his fault to make such a worthless sacrifice. He couldn't let Zhao Liangzi die here. He had to get him out. Hu Xiaoheng gritted his teeth and picked Zhao Liangzi up. He kicked off with both legs and shot out like an arrow. He used all his strength to swim to the surface. This time, he wanted to use his body as a meat shield to get Zhao Liangzi out. Unless the gunman on the surface blew his body to pieces with bombs, he still had to protect his comrades. Gu Nianji paddled her arms like a mermaid as she dove in the deep blue sea. The deeper she dived, the weaker the electric current became. Gu Nianji could no longer feel the pain of the electric shock when she was 10 meters below the surface. She quickly increased her diving speed and opened her eyes wide to search for traces of Zhao Liangzi and Hu Xiaoheng. After diving into the blue hole, she realized that she had indeed been too reckless. The blue hole was so vast. How was she going to find Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi? However, as soon as she thought about it, she immediately had an idea. She was now certain that their communicators weren't working because of the interference and blockage of the electric arc. She had already dived into the blue hole. The electric arc was blocking outside traffic at the edge of the blue hole, so it shouldn't be a problem inside, right? Gu Nianji took out a small communicator that came with her diving suit and tapped on it. She used the Morse code she had learned from Yin Shixiang to send messages over and over again. This is Gu Nianji. Hu Xiao, Brother Zhe, where are you? I have already dived into the blue hole. I am. She desperately wanted to send the coordinates displayed on her diving equipment. Hu Xiaoheng's face was solemn as he struggled to swim while carrying Zhao Liangzi. He suddenly felt the small communicator hanging around his neck vibrate. As he swam, he felt the vibration from the communicator. It felt more and more familiar. It was like the Morse code. He quickly took the communicator off and put it to his ear to listen. Beep beep. Beep. Beep beep da. A series of Morse code signals kept coming, repeating the same message over and over again. This is Gu Nianji. Hu Xiao, Brother Zhe, where are you? I have already dived into the blue hole. Hu Xiaoheng understood the meaning of the Morse code and was so shocked that he forgot to swim. He stayed in the water for a few seconds with Zhao Liangzi on his shoulder before speeding in the direction Gu Nianji had mentioned. Gu Nianji's method was very effective. She quickly received Hu Xiaoheng's reply and was overjoyed. She almost forgot that she was in the blue hole, where life and death were at stake. She was so happy that she spun in circles in the water. She was also very excited as she watched the water splash. This was what Hu Xiaoheng saw when he swam over with Zhao Liangzi on his shoulder. Gu Nianji, wearing a black diving suit, was like a night elf. She spun in the dark blue water, revealing her slender figure in the surging waves. Even Hu Xiaoheng, who was a distance away, could feel the joy from the bottom of her heart. His heart felt like a snowy mountain had collapsed and buried everything. There was only a beautiful figure dancing in the vast snow. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's eyes were a little wet. He quickly raised his head and took a deep breath to calm himself down. This silly child, he swam over with Zhao Liangzi on his shoulder. Gu Nianji spun in another circle and saw Hu Xiaoheng's figure when she turned around. She welcomed him with joy and wanted to jump into his arms, but she saw Zhao Liangzi on his shoulder. She suddenly understood and gestured to Hu Xiaoheng. What happened to Brother Zhe? Is he in danger? Hu Xiaoheng shook his head and gestured a few times. He asked her, why did you come down? Where are the shooters up there? He had no choice but to dive back into the water when the violet electric arcs appeared. He didn't know what was happening on the surface. Gu Nianji gestured simply. They're all dead. Yamaguchi Yuko is also dead. Yes, the middle-aged woman who wanted to kill you. It's a long story, but the surface is safe now. I smashed the electric fence's power supply, and the electric arcs on the surface have weakened. Let's go up. Hu Xiaoheng was overjoyed and couldn't help pulling Gu Nianji over. He wrapped an arm around her slender waist and hugged her tightly. Gu Nianji clung to his side. At this time, she was as weak as a silk vine and couldn't even stand. Hu Xiaoheng's strong arm wrapped around her waist as she floated in the clear blue water. Everything was as beautiful as a dream. Even the violet electric arcs on the surface had become the background of the dream. He Jichu's face darkened as he jumped into the water behind Gu Nianji and quickly swam forward. However, just as he swam to the edge of the blue hole's waters, the already weakened electric fence suddenly seemed to be recharged. Suddenly, the violet electric arcs lit up and crackled incessantly. He Jichu tried to barge in several times, but was almost killed by the electric shocks. The last time, he was completely electrocuted. If his subordinates hadn't arrived quickly and taken him away, he would have died there. Gu Nianji jumped into the sea without a care in the world, leaving Yin Shixiang running around in circles on the wrecked Millennium Oda. He thought about it and finally contacted the Barbados office and the Cuban Consulate General. He quickly reported the situation here and requested for the best military helicopter to be sent over to rescue them. When the people from the Consulate General heard that Hu Xiaoheng was in danger, they immediately reported back. 10 minutes later, the newest military helicopter took off from Cuba and headed towards the blue hole that Yin Shixiang had mentioned. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng finally swam close to the blue hole's waters with the fainted Zhao Liangze. Looking up, Hu Xiaoheng quickly grabbed Gu Nianji, who was about to swim up. Above their heads, the electric arcs that had weakened earlier were lit up again. Like a ghostly blue flame, it burned the wasteland of death. This is the first update, 3,200 words. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an additional update at 7 p.m. The group chat is full. Thank you for subscribing, tipping, and voting. Chapter 5:10. Gu Nianji stared in shock at the violet electric arcs above her head. She was so shocked she couldn't speak for a long time. She swam in circles, wanting to get out of Hu Xiaoheng's arms to see what was going on. Hu Xiaoheng grabbed her arm tightly and wouldn't let her leave his side. However, Gu Nianji knew that she couldn't hide behind Hu Xiaoheng right now. If this continued, all three of them would die. Gu Nianji raised her hand to sign to Hu Xiaoheng. I'll go up and see what's going on. I clearly broke the solar panels, so the power generation can't be used. Where did these violet electric arcs come from? Hu Xiaoheng held her hand and looked at her quietly for a while through the diving mask. He wrote on her palm stroke by stroke. The circuit setup here isn't that simple. It's impossible that there's only one circuit system. Gu Nianji understood instantly. Her home's Wi-Fi had backup power, and this was a huge layout. The backup power must have been activated. Then she couldn't back down. Since she was here, she had to rescue these two people. Gu Nianji held Hu Xiaoheng's hand and pouted at Zhao Liangze, who was on Hu Xiaoheng's shoulder. Brother Zhe, have you heard enough? Hu Xiaoheng froze and instinctively turned to look at Zhao Liangze, thinking that he had woken up. Gu Nianji took the opportunity to twist her hand and like a fish, she escaped Hu Xiaoheng's grasp and quickly swam to the surface. She even dared to lie to him. She was getting bolder, Hu Xiaoheng jerked his head up and chased after her with Zhao Liangzi on his shoulder. The resistance in the water was unusually high, and he was carrying someone, so even though he was very good at swimming, he couldn't swim as fast as Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji quickly swam to the blue hole's surface. Even through the thick diving goggles, she could still feel the violet electric arcs. They were so bright they could blind people. Gritting her teeth, she hugged her arms above her head and quickly slapped the water with her legs to rush to the surface. Zap! The loud sound of the electric arc sounded on the surface of the water, and Gu Nianji felt like she was crawling through a pile of needles again. Countless tiny needles as thin as a cow's hair pricked her body, but she couldn't see any blood. Even the pain was blocked in her bones and she felt like she was suffocating. Gu Nianji wasn't knocked down. Instead, she was inspired by the pain. She stared at the violet electric arcs in front of her, clenched her fists, and said to herself, "Then let's try it. Let's see who's better, you or me." She closed her eyes and rushed forward again. As soon as she emerged from the water, a large string of bluish-purple electric arcs exploded above her head. There was actually the sound of thunder and lightning. Gu Nianji didn't dare open her eyes. She endured the burning pain in her head and quickly dived back into the water. Would this electric arc make her lose all her hair and become bald? Although Gu Nianji was anxious, she couldn't help but be concerned about her appearance. This was truly intolerable. Gu Nianji opened her eyes again after returning to the bottom of the water. She stared at the violet electric arcs on the surface of the water for a while before rushing up again. This time, she lasted longer than the first time, but it was still painful. Even her bones were burning with pain. Fortunately, her pain tolerance was unusually high. Most people would have either fainted or been electrocuted to death at this time, but she could still break through the sea level twice in a row. Although she couldn't break free from the electric arc of the sea level, she was much stronger than the average person. On He Zhichu's ship and Gu Yanran's yacht, there were people paying attention to the sparkling violet electric arcs in the water. When they saw Gu Nianji rush out from the bottom of the water for the first time and get hit by the violet electric arcs above her head, they all regretfully closed their eyes and mourned for her. They thought she was definitely going to die. When they saw Gu Nianji rush out from the bottom of the water for the second time and get hit by the violet electric arcs again, they were extremely shocked. No one had ever been able to escape from the electric arcs alive. But they really saw someone get hit by the violet electric arcs and be fine. Their interest was piqued. Everyone took out their binoculars to watch Gu Nianji emerge from the bottom of the water again and again, but she was hit by the electric arcs again and again. He Zhichu woke up and walked to the front of the ship with a solemn expression. He took the binoculars from someone and saw Gu Nianji persevere in fighting against the violet electric arcs. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This child had been so stubborn since she was young. When she first came to his side at the age of 6, she liked to play in the little garden. Once, someone put a small Taihu stone on the path she often walked in the garden. The Taihu stone was a natural fit with the surrounding landscape and was very rustic when it was placed on the path. Also, He Zhichu's father liked the Taihu stone very much, so everyone thought it was a good thing. No one thought that Gu Nianji often walked this path alone and that He Zhichu's father actually never came here. Gu Nianji didn't like the stone and requested that the stumbling block in her path be moved away. He Zhichu didn't care at the time and only thought it was just a stone, so there was no need to be so serious. But she was so stubborn that no one helped her move it, so she would secretly get up at night and run to the garden to move the stone away and throw it into the grass before happily going back to sleep. That night, He Zhichu followed behind little Gu Nianji with great interest and watched her slyly avoid the guards, crawl through the hallway, avoid the lights, and run like a cat to the path in the garden. Then, she huffed and puffed with all her strength and finally threw away the small Taihu stone. Just like now, she was certain that the violet electric arcs were the stumbling block in her path, so she didn't hesitate to knock her head and bleed to get through this obstacle. Hijichu rubbed his temples and his cold eyes softened. He ordered someone to bring a loudspeaker and shouted at the blue hole. "Don't go up. Go below. It's easier." The person shouting didn't quite understand what those words meant, but Hijichu knew Gu Nianji would understand. When Gu Nianji popped her head up again, the violet electric arcs hit her so hard that her bones hurt. But this time, she heard Hijichu's shout. She quickly dove back to the bottom of the sea. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng finally caught up and grabbed her, not allowing her to torture herself on the surface of the sea again. Gu Nianji pushed Hua Xiaoheng's hand away and signaled to him, "Hua Xiao, I also want to save myself. I don't want to die here." Hua Xiaoheng hugged her and let go. He signaled to her, "Wait for me here. I'll take him out first and come get you." Gu Nianji pulled him back and pointed at the violet electric arcs above. She earnestly wrote on his palm, "Don't go. If you get electrocuted and I can't carry the two of you, I will definitely give up on Brother Zhe. Hua Xiao, are you willing to watch Brother Zhe die like this?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't speak but looked deeply at Gu Nianji. After all, she had grown up by his side, so she knew his thoughts too well. He really wouldn't let Zhao Liangzi die, but he also didn't want Gu Nianji to die. If possible, he was willing to die in their place. "Hua Xiao, I'll be fine." Gu Nianji tilted her head with a smile and stretched out her arms to swim one round in the water. "Look, I'm fine. I'm really fine. I won't die. These electric arcs are nothing. I was just thinking about how to get you and Brother Zhe out. These electric arcs are fine for me, but not for you. I'm worried that the voltage will be too high and you won't be able to handle it." Hua Xiaoheng knew about the uniqueness of Gu Nianji's physique, and he had personally seen Gu Nianji swim in and out of the sea of violet electric arcs several times. She was still alive and kicking, so he somewhat believed her words. But he still couldn't help feeling sorry for her. Gu Nianji had grown up with him and had never been tortured like this except for the times when she fell while running. "Let's try again. This time, we won't go from the top. We'll go from the bottom." Gu Nianji pointed in the opposite direction. "That's the normal sea. Let's go over. There's also an electric fence there. We've tried it before." Hua Xiaoheng shook his head with a wry smile and gently swayed Gu Nianji's hand in the water. "Come, I'll carry you both and rush out together." Hua Xiaoheng planned to be the human shield and send Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi through the electric fence on the side of the blue hole. If they couldn't get out from the surface, they could only swim through the invisible electric fence from the bottom of the sea. "No." Gu Nianji quickly shook her head and splashed water. "I'll try first. Maybe it'll be different from before." She struggled out of Hua Xiaoheng's hand and swam horizontally. Soon after, they arrived at the border between the blue hole and the normal sea. It was only a shallow distance below the surface of the sea, no more than 3 meters. Any further down and it was all limestone that couldn't be dug. Gu Nianji had to swim through the vertical sea that was less than 3 meters deep to leave the electric fence in the blue hole and return to the normal sea. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her nervously. He and Zhao Liangzi had both tried it before and had passed out for a few seconds from the electric shock. Losing consciousness at the bottom of the sea could be fatal. He was prepared to rush over and snatch Gu Nianji the moment she passed out. Gu Nianji swam to the top of the limestone. The water pressure at a height of about 3 meters wasn't that great, so she felt much more relaxed. Reaching out, she tried to touch the invisible electric fence in front of her. Zap! A burning pain came from her fingertips and pierced her heart, but it was much less powerful than the violet electric arcs at the surface of the sea. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. Even she couldn't withstand the violet electric arcs at the surface of the sea and had electrocuted her back into the water again and again. The voltage here was much lower than the electric arcs at the surface of the sea. Could it be that the auxiliary power source could only make the violet electric arcs bluff? Could it be that the electric fence was unavoidably weakened by her? Gu Nianji's heart rose with hope. She closed her eyes and hugged her chest with her arms. Kicking her legs, she slammed into the invisible electric fence in front of her. Electric shock. Pain followed her like a shadow. His bones were making cracking sounds. But this time, she successfully broke out. This is the second part. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Love you all. Chapter 5:11. There was no visible fence between the blue hole's waters and normal waters, but the invisible electric fence was even more intimidating. Gu Nianji broke out and immediately swam to the surface. This time, there was no blue-violet electric arc above her head. She stuck her head out of the sea, took off her diving mask, and let out a long sigh of relief. There was a burst of cheers from the nearby docked ships and yachts. They were all happy that someone had finally escaped from the terrifying blue-violet electric arc. Gu Nianji heard everyone's cheers and even reached out to wave at them. At that moment, everyone forgot where they stood and whether they were on the same side. Everyone was just happy that someone had broken through the limits of the human body and achieved an impossible goal. It was like the Olympic Games, where people pursued higher, faster, and stronger. Every time a world record was set, everyone was happy for the athlete who broke it. He Jichu's hands gripped the railing of the ship tightly, and his heart was in his throat. Seeing that Gu Nianji had successfully escaped, his tense expression slowly relaxed. Send a lifeboat down and tell the emergency doctor to bring a first aid kit to the boat and be on standby. He Jichu said as he turned around and followed her into the lifeboat. Gu Nianji raised her head above the surface of the sea and closed her eyes. She sniffed and took a few deep breaths of fresh air. She had never realized that naturally existing fresh air made people feel so good. It was truly the ultimate reliance of life. A small, fully equipped lifeboat stopped not far from her. He Jichu stood on the lifeboat and reached out to her. Nianji, come here. Gu Nianji blinked. Brother Zhe had been unconscious for so long, so he really needed immediate medical attention. Otherwise, it would be bad if his brain was damaged. Brother Zhe was so smart and capable. She still had a lot of computer and internet knowledge to ask him. Gu Nianji paddled to the small lifeboat where He Jichu was. She climbed onto the side of the lifeboat and said to He Jichu, Professor He, Brother Zhe fainted at the bottom of the sea. I don't know how he's doing right now. Can you do me a favor and lend me your doctor to take a look at him after I rescue him? Gu Nianji's large, lively eyes darted between He Jichu and the doctor with the large first aid kit on his back. He Jichu's smile faded and he reached out to her this time. Come up. You've been in the sea for too long. It's not good for your health. Gu Nianji clung to the side of the boat and begged softly with a smile, okay? Okay. Professor He, can you do me a favor? He Jichu hadn't seen Gu Nianji act coquettishly in front of him in a long time. His heart was filled with excitement as he leaned forward to grab her wrist. Exerting strength with both arms, he actually managed to pull her out of the water. Gu Nianji needed He Jichu's help, so she obediently allowed herself to be dragged onto the lifeboat. The doctors and nurses behind He Jichu quickly stepped forward and wrapped Gu Nianji in a large blanket. Gu Nianji said anxiously, I still have to go down to save people. Professor He, could you please wait? Since you can come out, why would I need you to save me? He Jichu glanced at her coldly and turned to his subordinates. Get someone to go down to the sea immediately. Did you see the place she came out from? If we dive over there, we'll be able to enter the blue hole and save them. That way, they could avoid the violet electric arcs on the surface of the blue hole. Those people had seen Gu Nianji emerge from the bottom of the blue hole. Seeing that a little girl like her was fine, they were all grown men. it was even more unlikely that something had happened to her. A strong sailor was the first to dive into the water and swim towards the place Gu Nianji had come out from. Then 2 or 3 sailors also dived into the sea and swam in that direction. Gu Nianji was extremely grateful that people were helping her save people. She kept bowing and thanking them. He Ji-chu put his hands in his trouser pockets and couldn't stand it anymore. He pulled her over and placed her in front of him. His shimmering, sultry eyes were cold. Why are you thanking them? Would they have gone if I hadn't asked them to? Of course I have to thank Professor He even more. Gu Nianji quickly thanked He Ji-chu and coaxed him with sweet words. But I'm so close to Professor He, so it's too formal to thank him. They're not close to me. Although they're listening to Professor He, I'm still grateful that they were able to dive into the sea to save people. He Ji-chu looked at her big, round eyes as she spoke and knew that she was trying to make him happy with her insincere words. However, the fact that she was willing to make him happy now was already much better than how she used to avoid him, wasn't it? He Ji-chu's expression relaxed slightly. He asked her. Are you hungry? Yes. How can I not be hungry? I'm so hungry that I can eat a Manchuhan imperial feast. Gu Nianji gestured exaggeratedly and even used sign language. He Ji-chu was speechless. He turned around and ordered someone to bring a crab patty sandwich. Eat it and see if you like it. Gu Nianji's eyes were fixed on the people who had gone to the blue hole to save people. She took the sandwich from He Ji-chu and took a bite. Only then did she realize that it was her favorite crab patty sandwich. I really have to thank Professor He for finding such a delicious crab patty. Gu Nianji's eyes crinkled into crescents as she quickly used a small napkin to pat her hand and finished the small crab sandwich. She had just finished the crab patty sandwich and wiped her hands with a wet tissue when she heard a loud cry from the blue hole where she had just come from. Looking up, she saw that of the 3 sailors who had just gone into the sea to save people, 2 had already fainted and were being dragged out of the sea by the 3rd person. The man surfaced and used all his strength to call for help in their direction. He Ji-chu's people had already quickly gone into the sea and swam in that direction. In the end, not only did they fail to save people, but they also had to be rescued by others. The 3 sailors returned to the lifeboat, and the one who hadn't fainted told everyone about the situation in the sea. The 3 of us swam to the place where she emerged and dove into the sea, but the electric shock there was still very strong. The 2 of them swam in first, and as soon as they reached the border, they immediately fainted. I was behind them and saw that the situation wasn't good, so I didn't try. Otherwise, all 3 of us would have fainted, and we would have died. The sailor who hadn't fainted continued to speak. As he spoke, he kept looking at Gu Nianji, as if he thought she was just putting on an act. He Ji-chu's doctor examined the 2 fainted sailors and whispered to He Ji-chu, they really fainted from the electric shock. He also glanced at Gu Nianji as he spoke. Everyone looked at the 2 strong sailors who had fainted, then at Gu Nianji. They all fell silent. Gu Nianji stood up, the smile on her face fading. Without a word, she put on her diving mask and said to He Ji-chu briefly, Professor He, please wait for me for 5 minutes. I'll bring Brother Zhe up immediately. No. He Ji-chu objected sternly, but Gu Nianji had already jumped into the sea before him. She quickly dove underwater and swam towards the place where she had come from. Nianji. Nianji. Come back. Come back. He Ji-chu clung to the low side of the lifeboat and screamed at the top of his lungs. His expression was one of rage and sorrow, and it was an indescribable sadness to anyone who saw him. The nurse who had been secretly observing him couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. She turned around and wiped away her tears. Stand by, I'll go down and take a look. He Ji-chu opened his jacket to reveal the diving suit inside. He held on to the side of the boat and fell into the water. He also swam in the direction Gu Nianji had gone. His subordinates also quickly jumped into the water to protect him as they swam in Gu Nianji's direction. Gu Nianji returned to the place where she had come from and swam around. She didn't see anything out of the ordinary, so she couldn't understand why the two sailors had fainted from the electric shock. When she had come out, she had also been in pain from the electric shock, but it hadn't reached the point of fainting. It was much worse than the violet electric arcs on the surface of the sea. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and found the 3-meter pass that she had come out from. Without the slightest hesitation, she dashed over with her eyes open. It was still the same pain from the electric shock. It went deep into her bones, as if someone had taken a fine needle and poked it out of her bone marrow. She was in so much pain that her entire body trembled. The seawater around her rippled because of her trembling and expanded outwards. However, despite the pain, Gu Nianji didn't faint from the electric shock. She once again successfully made it back to the waters of the blue hole. Hu Xiaoheng was carrying Zhao Liangze and waiting for her not far away. Seeing that she had successfully gone out and come back in, Hu Xiaoheng's heart finally relaxed. "Thank you for your hard work." Gu Nianji swam to Hu Xiaoheng's side, and Hu Xiaoheng signed to her. Gu Nianji shook her head with a smile. She had already calmed down and pretended as if nothing had happened. She extended her hand to Hu Xiaoheng and signed, "Give Brother Zhe to me. I'll take him out. Professor, he is here." He brought a lifeboat, a doctor, and medicine. Brother Zhe will be treated as soon as he gets up. Hu Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback when he heard that He Zhichu was here again. However, when he heard Gu Nianji say that He Zhichu had brought a doctor and medicine, the little bit of displeasure in his heart immediately vanished. With He Zhichu's help, Zhao Liangze would definitely be fine. Hu Xiaoheng held Gu Nianji's shoulder and patted it. He put Zhao Liangze down and swam with her to the place where Gu Nianji had come in. When they arrived at the narrow and long body of water that was more than 3 meters high, Hu Xiaoheng stood on a limestone reef and carefully placed Zhao Liangze in the crook of Gu Nianji's slender arm. "Thank you." He thanked her. Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. "Brother Zhe has been so good to me. I won't let anything happen to him." "Hu Xiao, you don't have to thank me." She carried the unconscious Zhao Liangze and turned around to protect his head and shoulders in her arms. She used herself as a net to protect Zhao Liangze's head and heart. Then, she kicked off with both legs and closed her eyes as she rushed towards the invisible electric fence. She wasn't sure if it was because she had an extra person in her arms this time, but the strength of the electric shock was actually much stronger than when she had first entered. Gu Nianji bit her lip and endured the excruciating pain. She forced Zhao Liangze out of the range of the blue hole's electric fence without a word. He Zhichu arrived soon after and dragged Zhao Liangze away from her arms. He sent his own people to the lifeboat. "He's out. He's really out." The lifeboat was filled with cheers. The doctors and nurses quickly performed a physical test on Zhao Liangze and gave him first aid. The rescue work was carried out in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, Gu Nianji turned around to swim towards the blue hole's waters. He Zhichu grabbed her and said angrily, "You still want to go? Look at you." Even her lips were bruised from biting. It was obvious how painful it was, but Gu Nianji's purpose for coming here was to save Hu Xiaoheng. How could she give up? "Professor He, I'll be right back. I've already done so much. You won't let all my previous efforts go to waste, will you?" Gu Nianji chuckled, but the stubbornness in her eyes was unquestionable. He Zhichu's grip tightened. Gu Nianji pried him away again, one finger at a time. "Professor He, I'll be fine." She turned around and swam back to the blue hole's waters. After entering and exiting twice, Gu Nianji's body was almost at its limit. The pain increased exponentially. She was only worried that Hu Xiaoheng would discover her condition, so she tried her best to act as if nothing had happened. As soon as she swam back to the blue hole's waters, she reached out to Hu Xiaoheng and jumped into his arms. The two of them hugged each other tightly in the blue hole's waters. There was the joy of surviving a disaster, but there was also the happiness of having the person they loved by their side in the most dangerous of times. Hu Xiao, let's go. Gu Nianji tugged at his arm and gently opened her arms to hug him. This time, she was hugging Hu Xiaoheng, so Gu Nianji no longer had any reservations. Her chest was soft, so Hu Xiaoheng also opened his arms to hug her. The two of them maintained their hugging posture as they slowly swam to the electric fence. They were almost at the place where she had entered and exited twice. Gu Nianji opened her eyes and looked at Hu Xiaoheng. Suddenly, she scuttled upwards and hugged Hu Xiaoheng's head tightly against her chest. Hu Xiaoheng was momentarily dazed when a pair of softness suddenly blocked his face. At that moment, Gu Nianji endured the excruciating pain and used all her strength to drag him out of the blue hole's electric fence. Hu Xiaoheng only felt like his arm was being pricked by needles, but the feeling quickly disappeared. The texture of the seawater was also obviously different. Hu Xiaoheng looked up and saw that the seawater above his head was azure blue. The raging bluish-purple electric arcs were no longer there. He was overjoyed. He hugged Gu Nianji with one arm and quickly paddled with the other. His soles stepped repeatedly on the soles of his feet to float up to the surface. This is the first update of 3,800 words. Remind me about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Do you still need to update at 7 p.m.? The group chat was endless. Thank you for subscribing, tipping, and voting. Chapter 5:12. They stayed at the bottom of the blue hole for nearly 3 hours. If Gu Nianji hadn't rushed over and brought them backup oxygen tanks, then relied on her own strength to send him and Zhao Liangzi out of the shackles of the blue hole's electric fence, Hu Xiaoheng knew he would have been dead. He Jichu saw that Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji had finally emerged from the water and sighed deeply. His slender arms quickly paddled to them, and he and Hu Xiaoheng clustered around Gu Nianji as they boarded their lifeboats. How is little Zhe? Hu Xiaoheng saw Zhao Liangzi lying on a simple medical stretcher as soon as he boarded the lifeboat. Zhao Liangzi's diving mask had been taken off and replaced with an oxygen mask. His face was pale, but it didn't look as bad as Hu Xiaoheng had imagined. Hu Xiaoheng put Gu Nianji down from his arms and pulled off his diving mask. He walked quickly to Zhao Liangzi without looking back. Is little Zhe okay? Hu Xiaoheng asked the doctor and nurse next to him with concern. How is he? When will he wake up? The doctor looked at Hu Xiaoheng, then He Jichu, and waited for He Jichu to nod before saying to Hu Xiaoheng, you guys came up in time. If he had been unconscious for a while longer, he would have been disabled. The brain was deprived of oxygen for too long and had a fatal effect on intelligence. Hu Xiaoheng nodded firmly. Thank you, doctor. Please treat him well, no matter the cost. We will. We will definitely help Mr. He to the end. The doctor thought he was He Jichu's guest, so he was very polite to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and continued to ask about Zhao Liangzi's condition. He took out his phone to contact Yin Shixiang. When he boarded the lifeboat, Hu Xiaoheng's first target was actually Zhao Liangzi. Gu Nianji curled up in a corner of the lifeboat and couldn't move. She watched Hu Xiaoheng leave her. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't help feeling sad for herself when she saw Hu Xiaoheng's back. But she didn't want Hu Xiaoheng to see her injuries, so she couldn't blame anyone, let alone Hu Xiaoheng. He must have thought she was fine, so it was normal for him to be concerned about Zhao Liangzi's condition first. Feeling conflicted, Gu Nianji closed her eyes. She decided that out of sight, out of mind. She understood the logic, but when it came down to it, she found that she could not remain indifferent. That's how relationships work. Without reckless impulses, without caring about gains and losses, and without all the twists and turns in one's heart, it can't be said to be true love, right? Hijichu boarded the lifeboat, and his subordinates quickly handed him a large, dry towel. Hijichu took it and wiped his hair. He looked around and saw Gunyenji curled up on the floor in the corner of the lifeboat. She was still wearing a diving mask on her face, and her dusty clothes were very inconspicuous. Hijichu walked over and knelt on one knee in front of her. He reached out and gently removed the diving mask for her as he said, "Why are you still wearing this? Why don't you take it off yourself?" Gunyenji didn't have the strength to stop Hijichu from taking off her diving mask. In fact, she couldn't even lift a finger. She could only try her best to smile. Hijichu removed the oxygen mask for her, and when he saw her face, he froze. Her small face was completely pale, but her lower lip was bruised, and there were obvious bite marks and broken skin bleeding. The corner of her lip had already started to swell. Hijichu's expression darkened, and he quickly reached out to check Gunyenji's pulse. Under his fingers, Gunyenji's pulse beat very weakly. She was barely breathing, but she was hanging on by a thread, and her life force seemed to be faintly discernible. Hijichu's fingers began to tremble. He let go of Gunyenji's wrist and squeezed her hand. Gunyenji's hand had always been very soft, so soft that it was boneless. But now that Hijichu was holding her hand, what he felt was not softness, but weakness. A weakness that had no strength at all. Hijichu's heart ached. He leaned forward and carried Gunyenji horizontally, wanting to quickly turn her to the ship for treatment. Hua Xiaoheng turned around to see Hijichu carrying Gunyenji. He frowned unhappily and walked over to stop Hijichu. He asked calmly, "Professor He, what are you doing?" Hijichu looked at him and said coldly, "Since you've put her down, you have no right to care about her anymore." Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and looked at Hijichu quietly. After a while, he nodded. "I owe Professor He a favor this time. I'll remember it. But Nyenji has me to take care of, so you don't have to worry about her. Give her to me." He reached out to Hijichu as he spoke. Gunyenji lay in Hijichu's arms. She was so tired that even breathing felt like a burden. She didn't have the energy to pay attention to the tension between the two men. Going in and out of the electric fence around the Blue Hole's waters had really tired her out. The intense pain had severely depleted her energy. She couldn't even speak. Her head rested weakly on Hijichu's shoulder, and she leaned against his chest. She didn't want Hua Xiaoheng to see that she had bitten her lips until they were purple. She heard the hidden meaning in Hijichu and Hua Xiaoheng's words, but she really didn't have the energy to deal with the two of them anymore. Gunyenji closed her eyes and sighed softly. Hijichu was very worried about Gunyenji's condition. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng was still standing in front of him, he felt a thorn in his heart. He said coldly, "Don't you see what happened to Nyenji because of your recklessness? How can you face her? She risked her life to save you." Hua Xiaoheng looked down at Gunyenji, who was lying in Hijichu's arms. He said calmly, "I know what I'm doing. Nyenji will be fine. If something happened to her, he would never agree to let her save him. She'll be fine." "What do you mean?" Hijichu was furious. His aloof face was filled with anger, and his shimmering almond-shaped eyes were cold and murderous. He looked at Gunyenji, who was paralyzed in his arms, and said sternly, "What do you mean she'll be fine? She's not dead, but that doesn't mean she won't be in pain." Gunyenji's nose ached, and tears were about to fall. She wasn't dead, but she was really in pain. Although she didn't agree with many of Hijichu's methods in the past, this time, Hijichu's words deeply hit the weakest part of her heart. "Do you know what it feels like to be continuously shocked by high-voltage electricity? Mr. Hua, have you tried it before? If you haven't tried it, don't say such things in front of me." He Jichu's expression became even colder. Move. Hua Xiaoheng didn't move. He still spread his hands, and this time, he said to Gu Nianji, Nianji, come here. This is the second update. Remind me about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The group chat was endless. Chapter 5:13. This time, Hua Xiaoheng spoke, but Gu Nianji didn't respond. She was still lying motionlessly in He Jichu's arms with her head facing inward. Of course, she couldn't move even if she wanted to. Previously in the sea, she had completely held on. People could always explode with energy that they didn't even know they had in times of danger, let alone Gu Nianji. But after rescuing Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi, she couldn't hold on anymore. Her entire body was like a deflated balloon. From Hua Xiaoheng's perspective, Gu Nianji's posture was particularly jarring. There was a sense of resistance to him, and this was something he couldn't tolerate or accept. Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng raised his voice slightly and took a step forward. He directly reached out to pull Gu Nianji out of He Jichu's arms. He Jichu hugged Gu Nianji even tighter and refused to let go. He glared at Hua Xiaoheng. Try moving again, and I'll immediately have someone throw you out. The lifeboat wasn't very big, and He Jichu had brought a lot of people. If he really wanted to throw Hua Xiaoheng out, Hua Xiaoheng would be outnumbered no matter how capable he was. Gu Nianji originally didn't want to care, but now that she heard He Jichu and Hua Xiaoheng were about to fight, she anxiously turned her head and weakly said, "Don't." When she turned her head, Hua Xiaoheng finally saw her face clearly. Her pale, bloodless skin was as fragile as the first snow in early winter. It melted in his hands, but it was summer in Central America. Where did the snow come from? Therefore, it was even more thrilling. Her plump and beautiful lips were bruised, and there were two obvious small teeth marks. It was obvious she bit herself. The corners of her lips were broken and swollen. Half of her face was slightly deformed. She looked like a completely different person from the Gu Nianji he saw a few hours ago. She looked like she had been slapped hard in the face 17 or 18 times. Hua Xiaoheng's heart suddenly sank, and he instantly understood, Gu Nianji was also injured. Moreover, looking at her pale and bloodless face, listening to her weak voice, her internal organs should have been severely injured. Was it because she had been electrocuted when she went through the electric fence in the Blue Hole's waters? So her physique wasn't so abnormal that she wasn't afraid of the high-voltage electric fence around the Blue Hole. She was just worried that he wouldn't let her save him, so she had been forcing herself to endure it, pretending as if nothing had happened, and using the diving mask to hide from him. Hua Xiaoheng's mind raced, and in the blink of an eye, he understood most of Gu Nianji's thoughts. After all, she had grown up with him. She understood him, and he understood her even more. However, it was a habit he had developed over the years on the battlefield. He would always pay attention to his own soldiers and comrades at the first moment. This had already become a habit that was deeply ingrained in his bones. After confirming that Gu Nianji was fine, his focus had been on Zhao Liangzi. Zhao Liangzi had fainted at the bottom of the sea because of him. As his superior, his commander, and the person he had saved, Hua Xiaoheng only wanted to know Zhao Liangzi's condition immediately. Only by knowing that he could recover could Hua Xiaoheng calm down. So he had neglected Gu Nianji just now. Gu Nianji glanced at Hua Xiaoheng, closed her eyes, and said one more word. Tired. Get out of the way. He Jichu roared at Hua Xiaoheng again. I want to take her to the ship for emergency treatment. Hua Xiaoheng didn't insist anymore and quietly moved aside. He Jichu carried Gu Nianji and quickly walked past him. The lifeboat had already reached the bottom of the ship, and rope ladders and chairs were lowered from the boat to take He Jichu and Gu Nianji up first. Then Zhao Liangzi, the doctors, and nurses, and finally Hua Xiaoheng and He Jichu's subordinates. Gu Yanran watched the situation on He Jichu's side from her own yacht. Although she didn't see the tension between He Jichu and Hua Xiaoheng, she saw Gu Nianji save Zhao Liangzi from beginning to end. She couldn't understand it. The electric fence around the blue hole was the masterpiece of her father, Gu Xiangwen. The project was huge and ingenious. No one knew the key to it, not even Gu Yanran. Therefore, after Gu Xiangwen and his wife's accident, the electric fence around the blue hole was basically abandoned. Because no one knew where the switch was, and no one knew how to activate it. Gu Yanran was already surprised enough when the electric fence suddenly activated this time, but she was even more surprised that someone was able to survive the trap of the electric fence. Yes, Gu Yanran didn't know the principle of the electric fence and how to activate it, but she knew the power of the electric fence. That was because after Gu Xiangwen built the electric fence, he told his family more than once during dinner about the amazing functions of the electric fence. Also, when Gu Xiangwen was alive, Gu Yanran had seen the power of her father activating the electric fence with her own eyes. Logically speaking, it was something that even she didn't know and couldn't overcome. How could Gu Nianji overcome it at such a young age? Gu Yanran thought about it uneasily. Seeing that He Jichu and his people had already boarded the ship, she casually ordered, "Contact Mr. He and tell him that I want to visit Mr. Hua and Miss Gu. See how they are." Her housekeeper immediately contacted He Jichu. He Jichu boarded his ship and carried her straight to the best medical room on the ship. He called the doctor who had examined Zhao Liangzi earlier over and said with a dark expression, "Hurry up and examine her. See if we need to send her to the United States for emergency treatment." The doctor was frightened by He Jichu's expression and quickly took out a full set of medical equipment. He called his best assistant to examine Gu Nianji together. From her breathing rate to her heartbeat, as well as her internal organs, they would have done a CT scan immediately if there was one on the ship. Hua Xiaoheng didn't follow them in. He stood alone outside the medical room with his hands behind his back and watched the busy situation through the glass window. He Jichu wore a white sterile medical gown and a mask. His entire body had been disinfected and sterilized. He stood next to the doctor and watched them do the examination. The advanced medical equipment ensured that the examination was fast and accurate. 10 minutes later, the preliminary health examination results were out. The doctor looked at the results and said to He Jichu with a strange expression, "Mr. He, this lady is just tired. She'll be fine after some sleep." Looking at Mr. He's expression, he thought the lady was seriously injured and had hidden injuries and was about to die. The doctor kept criticizing He Jichu for making a mountain out of a molehill and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll go see the gentleman over there. His condition is more serious and he needs to wake up immediately." He was talking about Zhao Liangzi. He Jichu turned to look at him, his shimmering almond-shaped eyes expressionless. "Really? She's fine. No other hidden injuries. And no other illnesses." He emphasized the word internal injury as he was extremely worried. "No, I can confirm that this lady is very healthy. She's just severely exhausted and needs to rest in bed for a few days." The doctor answered He Jichu's words with great professionalism. For some reason, when He Jichu heard the doctor's words and knew Gu Nianji's health was fine, he didn't sigh in relief. Instead, he felt even more upset. He waved his hand. "You can go out. I'll sit here for a while." Gu Nianji had already fallen asleep. The bruises on her lips were still there, but the bite marks had faded a little. He could imagine that by tomorrow, the injuries on her face would be mostly healed, not to mention her body. He Jichu sat in front of Gu Nianji's bed and cradled his head with both hands. His heart ached unbearably. It was all his fault that she became like this. Hua Xiaoheng waited outside the infirmary. When he saw the doctor come out, he quickly asked in English, "May I ask how the lady inside is doing?" The doctor saw that Hua Xiaoheng actually spoke authentic Oxford English and liked him. He smiled. "Don't worry, the lady is just very tired and severely exhausted. She needs to rest in bed for a few days. If she wants to, give her a few injections of glucose to replenish her energy. If she doesn't want to, she doesn't have to. The doctor also spoke Oxford English. Hua Xiaoheng carefully confirmed with the doctor again. Really? She's really fine. No hidden injuries. No other illnesses. The doctor laughed and shook his head. Your question is exactly the same as Mr. He's. No, I still have to answer that there's nothing wrong with her body. It's just that she's a young lady after all. She saved 2 grown men from the bottom of the sea. It would be strange if she wasn't exhausted. The doctor had also seen the flashing electric arcs with his own eyes. He felt that if he had been electrocuted, he would have gone to God for sure. Only this lady was lucky enough to be blessed by God to be able to successfully save people. Amen, may God bless her. If we're talking about serious injuries, that gentleman is even more serious. I'm going to see him. The doctor drew a cross on his chest and nodded to Hua Xiaoheng before leaving to see Zhao Liang's condition. Hua Xiaoheng stared at the infirmary for a while before reaching out to open the door. He hesitated but didn't go in. It was a sterile room inside. He hadn't been sterilized, so he couldn't go in. He crossed his arms and turned to lean against the wall next to the infirmary door. His expression was calm as he silently thought about what had happened. Suddenly, his phone rang. When it was quiet all around, the ringtone was particularly abrupt. Hua Xiaoheng put on his Bluetooth headset and immediately straightened when he heard it was Yin Shixiang. How is it? Is the helicopter here? It's here, Hua Xiao. I'm on the helicopter. Aren't you on the 4-story ship in front of us? Yin Shixiang's voice was accompanied by the rumbling noise in the background. It was probably the sound of the helicopter's propellers. Yes, I told you just now. I'm on He Zhichu's ship. Hua Xiaoheng put the phone away and turned to knock on the door. He Zhichu looked up and turned to look at him. Hua Xiaoheng pushed the door open and said calmly, my helicopter is here. I'm taking Nianji away. He Zhichu stood up and walked to the door. He also said calmly, you can go, but Nianji can't. This is the first update of 3,000 words. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. The group chat is full. Thank you for subscribing, tipping, and voting. My New Year's wish is to be able to save the draft. Chapter 5:14. Professor He, you're a law professor, so you know more about personal freedom than I do. Hua Xiaoheng clasped his hands behind his back, his voice calm and even. His gaze fell on Gu Nianji, who was sleeping in the infirmary, and a trace of regret and heartache flashed across his eyes. He Zhichu put his hands in his trouser pockets. The corners of his mouth curled into a slightly mocking smile. Personal freedom. Mr. Hua, I haven't pursued the matter of you imprisoning Nianji for the past 7 years, and now you're talking about personal freedom. We imprison Nianji. Professor He, is there something wrong with your wording? Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at He Zhichu coldly. Professor He, you're not related to Nianji, so what right do you have to say something like that? At least I'm still her guardian. Huh, you're her guardian. Who gave you the right? Did you give it to yourself? Did you ask her parents? Did you ask her parents for permission? He Zhichu continued to sneer, you can't even take someone else's pet for yourself, let alone a living person like Nianji. You know Nianji is a living person too. Then why didn't you ask her and forbid her from leaving with me? Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to argue with He Zhichu. To him, arguing was a waste of time and energy, and wouldn't solve any problems. He never argued with people, even if he beat them until they couldn't move, he wouldn't argue with them. You want to ask her? Sure, she's injured now, so you can ask her after she's healed. He Ji-chu pretended to close the infirmary door. Mr. Hua, I won't see you out. Wait. Hua Xiaoheng extended his arm to stop He Ji-chu from closing the door, and calmly pointed out the fallacy in He Ji-chu's words. The doctor just told me Nianji is fine. Professor He, you know it's a serious crime to deliberately fabricate facts and give false testimony, right? He Ji-chu crossed his arms, his voice even colder. So what? Mr. Hua, are you saying that as long as Nianji is fine, you can forget about throwing her away after using her today? Nianji must be blind. Only someone like you would have feelings for me. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes narrowed, but it happened so quickly that even He Ji-chu didn't notice the change in Hua Xiaoheng's expression. He squinted at Hua Xiaoheng coldly and said, "What is it?" Speechless. You have a guilty conscience. That's between me and Nianji. You don't have to worry about it, Professor He. Hua Xiaoheng paused, but in the end, he still held back and did not say anything more infuriating to He Ji-chu. But this sentence alone was enough to make He Ji-chu vomit blood from internal injuries. His face instantly paled, and he glared at Hua Xiaoheng with eyes that looked like they were about to spit fire. Hua Xiaoheng took a step forward. Nianji must come with me. But... He turned to look at He Ji-chu. When she recovers, she'll still continue her studies with Professor He. This was the biggest concession Hua Xiaoheng could make. If it weren't for the fact that He Ji-chu and Gu Nianji were related, Hua Xiaoheng would have cut off their relationship a long time ago. No matter how much he doted on Gu Nianji, he would never allow a man with ulterior motives to continue being her tutor. The corners of He Ji-chu's mouth twitched as he watched Hua Xiaoheng stride past him towards Gu Nianji, who was on the other side of the hospital bed. He Ji-chu tried to hold back, but found that he couldn't. He took his hands out of his trouser pockets, clenched them into fists, and threw them at the side of Hua Xiaoheng's face. He Ji-chu's movements were so fast, and his fists were like the wind. Hua Xiaoheng's entire focus was on Gu Nianji, so he couldn't dodge the punch. By the time He Ji-chu realized it, He Ji-chu's fist had already smashed into Hua Xiaoheng's face. Hua Xiaoheng instinctively stepped to the side to avoid He Ji-chu. At the same time, he stretched out his arm to block He Ji-chu's incoming fist. He said coldly, "Professor He, are you sure you really want to fight me?" Fighting was his profession, whether it was with a gun or his fists. "I can't beat you when it comes to talking. But if you want to fight, Professor He, you should go back and think about it carefully before challenging me." Hua Xiaoheng said this and pushed He Ji-chu hard. He Ji-chu didn't expect He Ji-chu to be so strong as well. He twisted his arm and actually managed to block Hua Xiaoheng. The two of them were in a stalemate at the door, neither willing to take a step back. At that moment, He Ji-chu's subordinate came over and said, "Mr. He, Miss Gu wants to visit us and says she's sorry for hurting everyone." He Ji-chu and Hua Xiaoheng let go at the same time. Hua Xiaoheng walked into the infirmary without looking back. He Ji-chu glared at him and turned to his subordinate. "Let her come here." Hua Xiaoheng walked to Gu Nianji's bed and stood still. He bent down and tentatively touched Gu Nianji's forehead. The temperature of her forehead was normal, but her face was pale, making the purple color on her lips even more shocking. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help rubbing her lips with his finger. Her soft petal-like lips were now ravaged like this. Hua Xiaoheng could almost imagine how Gu Nianji had endured the pain to come and go from the electric fence again and again. She had also pretended to be fine and forced a smile in front of him. His heart throbbed strangely. A tremor that almost penetrated his soul made his hands tremble, but his lips were tightly pursed. His expression was calm and composed, not letting any emotion show. Gu Nianji didn't sleep well. She seemed to hear someone making noise. Hua Xiaoheng's hand touched her forehead, and she woke up. She quietly opened her eyes a little to see who was in front of her. It was actually Hua Xiao. Gu Nianji quickly closed her eyes again and didn't dare to look again. Hu Xiaoheng had just asked her to go over. Although she didn't have the strength to go over herself, it was the first time in her heart that she resisted him and his orders. When Gu Nianji closed her eyes, her eyelids trembled. Hu Xiaoheng immediately saw that she was awake. He retracted his hand and looked at her silently. After a while, he said, "Big Xiong is here with the helicopter. Do you want to go back with me?" Gu Nianji couldn't pretend to be asleep anymore, but she didn't know how to face Hu Xiaoheng. She still felt wronged. She pouted and slowly rolled to her side with her back to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng saw her childish behavior and curled his lips. However, he wouldn't admit that he secretly sighed in relief. She was still willing to be spoiled and act shamelessly. It was better than completely ignoring him. "Go back with me, okay?" Hu Xiaoheng bent down and whispered in Gu Nianji's ear. His voice was gentle, and his posture was also very humble. This was also the first time he had bent down to coax someone like this. Gu Nianji wasn't so easy to coax this time. However, she still knew her priorities. This time, she had come to Barbados on a mission, not a vacation. Therefore, she had to go with Hu Xiaoheng. However, Hu Xiaoheng didn't use this to pressure her. "Okay." Gu Nianji also only replied with one word. She opened her eyes and looked at Hu Xiaoheng. Her eyes were calm and indifferent, and there was no longer the joy and excitement that burst from the depths of her heart whenever she saw him. Hu Xiaoheng quietly bent down and picked her up. Leaning her against his chest, he turned to walk to the door of the infirmary. As soon as he walked out, he saw He Zhichu and Gu Yanran and the others coming over. This was the second update. A reminder about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The group chat was endless. Chapter 5:15. "Miss Gu, are you okay?" As soon as Gu Yanran saw Hu Xiaoheng walk out with Gu Nianji in his arms, her expression became anxious. She jogged over to Hu Xiaoheng and stood still. She carefully looked at Gu Nianji in his arms and asked, "Do you need a full-body checkup?" It's not easy to save two people from the electric fence in a place like the Blue Hole. Her expression was extremely concerned, and her tone was even more careful, as if she was afraid Gu Nianji would be angry if she said something wrong. Gu Nianji couldn't just ignore Gu Yanran's concern. She moved slightly in Hu Xiaoheng's arms and was about to speak when Hu Xiaoheng's large hand pressed against the back of her head. She immediately couldn't move and could only keep her head in Hu Xiaoheng's arms. "Miss Gu, Nianji saved two people from the Blue Hole. How could she be okay? Didn't you see that I was about to take her back for a full-body checkup?" Hu Xiaoheng answered Gu Yanran on Gu Nianji's behalf. He Zhichu raised a brow and stood to the side with his hands behind his back. He didn't expose Hu Xiaoheng's nonsense. Gu Yanran turned to look at He Zhichu and asked in confusion, "Mr. He, don't tell me you don't have a doctor on your boat. Miss Gu's situation is urgent. I don't know if she can hold on until we go back to see a doctor." He Zhichu's lips twitched as he crossed his arms lazily. "I actually want Nianji to stay, but someone won't allow it. What can I do?" "That's not right." Gu Yanran looked at He Zhichu with a reproachful expression and shook her head. "There are priorities. Nianji's current physical condition is the most important." "Mr. Hua, Mr. He, don't tell me you two don't know this. Hurry up and get a doctor to check on Nianji. If there really isn't a doctor, I have one on my boat. I always bring doctors and nurses out to see just in case." Even Gu Yanran brought her own doctors and nurses out to see. He Zhichu didn't even need one. He Zhichu saw that Gu Yanran had made it clear, so he shrugged nonchalantly and spread his hands. "Actually, the doctor on my ship has already examined Nianji, but Mr. Hu probably wants to go back for another examination. Already checked?" That's good, that's good. Gu Yanran nodded quickly. Is there a problem? If you need any help, just tell me. He apologized profusely. I'm so sorry, it's all my father's fault. Back then, I didn't know what to do with the electric fence. I told him it wasn't good, but he didn't listen. After his accident, the electric fence hasn't been activated for many years. I didn't expect Mr. Hua to be so unlucky. I don't know how it was triggered. Gu Nianji buried herself in Hua Xiaoheng's arms and quietly listened to Gu Yanran. She understood two things. Firstly, the electric fence was indeed set up by Gu Xiangwen. My father is really amazing. Secondly, Gu Yanran knew nothing about the principles behind the electric fence. Really? Gu Nianji had her doubts for the time being. 3. There must be a reason for the electric fence to suddenly activate. Gu Nianji didn't believe that it had been triggered by chance. An electric fence of such scale and advanced technology was set up in the blue hole in the high seas, and you're telling me that it can be triggered at will? This Gu Yanran must not be that good at physics, Gu Nianji kept complaining in her heart. Listening to Gu Yanran talk about her father and the electric fence, He Zhichu didn't say anything. His gaze fell on the back of Gu Nianji's head, as if he could see flowers blooming. Hua Xiaoheng listened attentively. After listening to Gu Yanran, Hua Xiaoheng nodded. It's really strange. What about the blue hole now? The electric arcs are still there, right? They're still there. I don't know how to turn them off. Not many people in this world can understand my father's things. Gu Yanran said this with a hint of pride. Indeed, with a father like Gu Xiangwen, she had the right to be proud. Hua Xiaoheng was a little distracted. He looked down at Gu Nianji in his arms. This is Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter, right? Inheritance was really a scary thing. She was also incredibly smart and capable, and she was also tenacious. Once she set her mind on something, she would never turn back. Even if her head was broken and bleeding, she would only smile and say it was fine. Mr. Gu is really amazing, Hua Xiaoheng said meaningfully. I'll go visit another day. He was talking about going to the hospital to check on Gu Xiangwen's condition. Gu Yanran understood and nodded firmly. Of course, of course. I'll await your arrival. With that, she took another step forward and moved closer to Hua Xiaoheng. She stood on her tiptoes to look at Gu Nianji, who was in his arms. Hua Xiaoheng let go, and Gu Nianji was finally able to turn her head from his arms to look at Gu Yanran. Gu Yanran immediately smiled. Nianji, are you really okay? That's great. She tilted her head and reached out to Gu Nianji. Nianji, you were really amazing today. No one has ever survived the electric fence that my father installed. How did you do it? I actually still have some questions that I don't understand and wanted to ask you. I'll also invite you to my house as a guest. You must come. Gu Nianji blinked and tried hard to speak. After a long time, she could only squeeze out a sound. Oh. Gu Yanran nodded with a smile. She looked up at Hua Xiaoheng and said, Mr. Hua, I haven't asked you yet. Why didn't you tell me that you wanted to dive in the blue hole? This area looks calm and peaceful. It's called a diving mecca, but it's actually quite dangerous. Fewer and fewer people have come here to dive in the past few years. Hua Xiaoheng grunted. It was a spur-of-the-moment idea. I wanted to use this opportunity to go out to the sea and have fun. I didn't expect the blue hole to be so dangerous. The ocean has always been a place that humans haven't fully explored. The blue hole is even more so. Mr. Hua, you've learned from your mistakes. If you want to come and have fun in the future, just tell me in advance. I'll make arrangements for you guys, and this won't happen. Gu Yanran said with a smile. Her face was as warm as the summer sun. She then said to Gu Nianji in a teasing tone, "Nianji, you can come too. I'll welcome you too." Gu Nianji pursed her lips and forced a smile. She ignored Gu Yanran and leaned her head on Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder tiredly. Her expression was as calm as still water. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng's phone rang again. At the same time, they heard the rumbling sound of a helicopter hovering above them. Yin Shixiang had arrived with the helicopter. Hua Xiaoheng nodded to He Zhichu first. "Professor He, I owe you a favor this time. I'll host a feast for you when we return to the Huaxia Empire." Of course, He Zhichu didn't care about Hua Xiaoheng's meal, but Gu Nianji was looking at him eagerly. He couldn't say a word of rejection. He Zhichu snorted and said coldly, "We'll talk when we return." Gu Nianji immediately smiled and nodded at him. She then closed her eyes and leaned into Hua Xiaoheng's arms to rest. Hua Xiaoheng nodded to Gu Yanran again. "Miss Gu, we'll be leaving first." He carried Gu Nianji and strode away. When they arrived at the empty space on the top floor of He Zhichu's ship, Zhao Liangzi had already woken up and was lying on a stretcher. Several people were putting rings on him to pull him onto the helicopter. Yin Shixiang stood beside him. He was usually used to bickering with Zhao Liangzi, but today he was unusually quiet. Zhao Liangzi had just woken up and was also exhausted. He didn't want to talk, so he only greeted Yin Shixiang and closed his eyes to rest. Hua Xiaoheng walked over with Gu Nianji in his arms. Yin Shixiang quickly came to greet him. "Hua Xiao, are you okay?" "Nianji, you're amazing." Yin Shixiang already knew that Gu Nianji had rescued Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi. He admired her from the bottom of his heart and looked at Gu Nianji with reverence. Gu Nianji was speechless and didn't want to talk. Like a little ostrich, she buried her head tightly in Hua Xiaoheng's arms. Hua Xiaoheng hugged her tightly and put rings on himself. He tugged on the steel rope, and the people in the helicopter immediately activated the rings to pull them up. The helicopter that Yin Shixiang had arranged was large and stable. Chen Lai and Yi Zidan came to greet them as soon as they boarded. Hua Xiaoheng sighed in relief when he saw Chen Lai. "You're here too. Big Xiong told me." Chen Lai looked disapproving. "Hua Xiao, you really made a big fuss this time. How did you end up like this? What's wrong with Nianji? Can't she walk anymore? Why do you keep carrying her? Give her another test." Hua Xiaoheng carefully placed Gu Nianji on a stretcher in the cabin. He Zhichu's ship doctor checked her and said she's fine, but I'm still worried. He had thought she was fine at first, but when he saw her exhausted and thought about the power of the electric fence in the Blue Hole's waters, he realized he had indeed let his guard down. Chen Lai nodded. "Of course you have to check her." "Right, General Ji is waiting on the other side of the phone. Hurry and explain to him." "Hua Xiao, you're already a major general. You can't do something like this again." General Ji was so worried he didn't sleep the whole night. He was afraid something would happen to you. Hua Xiaoheng quickly stood up. "Then look after her. I'll go take the call." Gu Nianji opened her eyes and looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Her gaze was deep and quiet, like a deep well. Hua Xiaoheng sensed Gu Nianji's stare and paused. He reached out to pat her head. "Be good. I'm going to take the call. I'll be right back." Chen Lai almost burst out laughing. He looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, "The phone is just a meter away. Do you have to?" Gu Nianji only needed to look up to see Hua Xiaoheng's back as he took the call. But she didn't say anything. She glanced at Chen Lai again, then at Yi Zidan, who was busy with her head down. Her gaze was provocative. Chen Lai immediately understood the meaning of Gu Nianji's gaze. He shuddered and didn't dare to make fun of her anymore. He looked away and found medical equipment to examine Gu Nianji again. Gu Nianji relaxed her body and closed her eyes, but her mind kept turning. She recalled everything that had happened in the past 2 days and suddenly thought of something. When she asked He Jichu for leave, she didn't say where she was going. How did He Jichu know she was in Barbados? And he even brought doctors and nurses on a big ship to help her at the most critical moment. This is the first 3,000-word update. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, so recommendation votes are very important. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. The group chat is busy. Thank you for subscribing, tipping, and voting. Chapter 5:16. Yin Shixiang had asked the Cuban Air Force to send a rather old helicopter. It was a former Soviet Union model, but it was sturdy and durable. Its flight speed was very stable, but it was a little noisy. Yin Shixiang sat next to Gu Nianji and rubbed his ears. All Russian things are like this. They don't have so many bells and whistles. Although it doesn't look good, it's safe. Gu Nianji's thoughts were interrupted by Yin Shixiang. She glanced at him and pouted slightly. What's wrong? Look at your mouth. It's big enough to hang an oil bottle. Yin Shixiang tapped her lips and asked in surprise, Huh? Why do you look like you're hurt? Who bit you? Gu Nianji finally couldn't help but roll her eyes. She grinned at Yin Shixiang and showed her little white teeth to show that she bit him. Yin Shixiang looked at the tiny teeth marks and thought it probably wasn't Hu Xiaoheng. He grinned and asked her, Then why did you bite your own lips? Are you craving meat? If you do, tell your brother Xiong. We'll go eat barbecue after we get off the plane. Barbecue. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes 180 times in her mind. The barbecue experience at sea had left a deep impression on her. She felt she would never want to eat barbecue again. Hu Xiaoheng was standing not far from them on the phone. He was using the special line on the helicopter. Although the method was old, there was almost no possibility of it being eavesdropped. Xiaoheng, what the hell happened? General Ji was burning with anxiety on the other end of the phone. How did something happen? Didn't you say you were going to get Gu Xiangwen back? Did someone stop you? Hu Xiaoheng thought about it carefully and felt it was a possibility. He was also very interested in Gu Xiangwen's electric fence. He wanted to use this opportunity to get information from Gu Yanran to see how much she knew or where Gu Xiangwen did his research back then. It would also help them find information. Chief, this is still under investigation, Hu Xiaoheng replied carefully. Hu Xiaoheng replied cautiously, also, we've made new discoveries. I hope we can bring back some new things in addition to bringing them back successfully. General Ji knew Hu Xiaoheng had found something good, but he didn't ask over the phone. He only sighed in relief and said, That's good. That's good. He had to complete the mission at all costs. This way, I can answer to those people. General Ji was also under a lot of pressure when Hu Xiaoheng got into trouble in Barbados. The Supreme Military Council, the Senate, and Prime Minister Dou's cabinet all questioned him, demanding an answer as to why Major General Hu had deviated from his schedule during his overseas visit. When General Ji saw Prime Minister Dou's interrogation request, which was akin to leaking secrets, he cursed in his study for half an hour. Xiaoheng, let me tell you, if you receive a letter of inquiry from the cabinet, ignore them and forward it to me. I'll deal with them. General Ji had always been very protective of his subordinates. Now that he had the confidence, he decided to take Prime Minister Dou down a notch. Hu Xiaoheng asked in surprise, Prime Minister Dou hasn't stepped down yet. He remembered that before he left the country, Prime Minister Dou's collusion with the Yamaguchi Gumi had already been exposed. How could it be that easy? He adamantly refused to resign. If the Senate wanted to remove him from office, they would have to call a grand jury, which would take at least a year and a half. Also, there's only 1 month left until the election, so there's no need for us to bother. We'll just wait for him to step down during the election. General G angrily pounded the table. Hu Xiaoheng was also speechless for a moment. He tapped his fingers on the small square table. Do the voters know about his affairs? If they don't, then elect him again. Don't worry about that. His affairs are everywhere now, online, in newspapers, on TV. It's all over the place. Old Dou is a tough man, too. He's under so much pressure from the public, but he doesn't care and continues to be the Prime Minister. General G shook his head ruefully. But these political matters have nothing to do with us, so we don't have to worry about it. You just have to bring him back to me. Roger, Chief. Hu Xiaoheng quickly straightened and stood at attention to receive the order. Putting down the phone, Hu Xiaoheng walked back to Gu Nianji's side. Seeing Yin Shixiang chatting and laughing beside her, he sat down and adjusted the thin blanket on her body. Can't sleep. Gu Nianji looked down and shook her head. She flipped over to lie down with her back to Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang scratched his head. Something wasn't right. Nianji had always listened to Hu Xiaoheng. Why was she rebelling today? He glanced at the two of them and stood up. He muttered, I'll go see how little Zay is doing. He then walked away. But there was only so much space on the helicopter. Where could he go? He only sat down a few steps away. Hu Xiaoheng sat next to Gu Nianji and whispered to Qinlai, who was checking Gu Nianji's body data. What did you check? Are you sure there are no problems? Qinlai looked at the data and shook his head. There are no problems at all. She's just too tired. But according to you, the electric arcs in the blue hole's waters were so strong that Nianji's body must have been affected. She needs to rest for a few days. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. Qinlai's opinion was almost exactly the same as the doctor on He Zhichu's side. However, the doctor didn't seem to know about Gu Nianji's special constitution, so Hu Xiaoheng was still worried. He could only confirm that Gu Nianji was really fine by letting Qinlai check her again. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and listened to Hu Xiaoheng and Qinlai whisper about her situation. She was a little unhappy. Hu Xiao was asking so many questions to confirm that she was fine. What did he mean? She was fine, but the damage she had suffered was real, and it hurt a lot. This kind of pain was the same as when she had donated bone marrow to Hu Xiaoheng's mother, Song Jining. It was the kind of pain that went deep into her bones. The only thing she was better at than others was her tolerance, but what kind of advantage was that? Gu Nianji was extremely depressed. She laid face down and looked at the tattered coating of the helicopter. After looking at it for a while, she actually slowly fell asleep. When she woke up again, she had already returned to the Hua Xia Imperial Consulate office in Barbados. It was her own room. The night light in the room was on, and the warm yellow light had a calming effect that warmed people's hearts. Gu Nianji opened her eyes and looked around. It seemed like she was the only one there. She slowly sat up in bed and lifted the thin blanket covering her body. She put on her shoes and got out of bed with her head heavy. However, she had only taken 1 or 2 steps when her legs gave out and she fell to the carpet with a thud. Hu Xiaoheng stood up from the bedroom sofa and walked to her side to pick her up. Why are you awake? Where are you going? Gu Nianji was shocked. Hu Xiao. You're here too. Why didn't I see you? I'm on the sofa over there. Hu Xiaoheng moved to the side, and Gu Nianji saw the round sofa in the middle of the bedroom. The back was relatively high, and Hu Xiaoheng was sitting there. If he hadn't said anything, Gu Nianji really wouldn't have known he was sitting there. Oh. Gu Nianji snapped back to reality and pushed Hua Xiaoheng's hand away. She said calmly, "It's late. Hua Xiao should go rest." "I'm fine here." "Really?" Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help laughing. "Why are you pouting so high if you're fine? If you say you're busy, I'll definitely be here with you. If I say you're busy, then what's the point?" Gu Nianji looked away, unable to get rid of the grievance in her heart. This is the second update. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation votes. The group chat is full of kisses. Also, the password for the red packet is the words under the password red packet at the end of the chapter. For example, today's password is Major General wishes the new year. Do you understand? Chapter 5:17. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless for a moment. He looked down at Gu Nianji's aggrieved expression and pursed his lips. "Where are you going after getting up?" "To the bathroom." Gu Nianji said sullenly. "Put me down. I'll go by myself." Hua Xiaoheng still carried her to the bathroom door and turned on the lights for her before putting her down. Gu Nianji opened the bathroom door and walked in without looking back. She slammed the door shut and locked herself in the bathroom. She walked to the sink and looked at herself in the mirror. She didn't react for a long time. Gu Nianji used to read that people would be enlightened in life and death situations. Many things that she couldn't accept before would be accepted and let go. And after this experience, had he already gotten over it and let it go? But she didn't want to accept and let go. Gu Nianji reached out her finger and wrote on the mirror in front of her. She thought she was doing it unconsciously, but she realized she was still writing Hua Xiaoheng after she finished writing. Even she was afraid of herself and her feelings, let alone Hua Xiaoheng. He must have been forced into a corner by her, right? Gu Nianji didn't want this to happen. She didn't want to see herself become more and more dependent on Hua Xiaoheng, and she didn't want to demand more and more from him. If this continued, she was worried that their feelings would be exhausted one day. She stayed in the bathroom for nearly an hour and still didn't know what she should do. She couldn't bear to let go. But who knew what she would become if this continued? Passionate feelings could completely change a person until they were unrecognizable. She didn't come out for a long time. Even someone as patient as Hua Xiaoheng couldn't take it anymore and knocked on the door. "Nianji. Nianji. How are you? Are you asleep?" He was worried that Gu Nianji had fallen asleep in the bathtub. This could be a big or small thing, but it was all very dangerous. Gu Nianji was still standing in front of the mirror in the bathroom. When she heard Hua Xiaoheng knock on the door, she snapped out of her trance and looked at herself in the mirror. She vaguely recalled Scarlett's famous quote from Gone with the Wind, "Tomorrow is another day." Yes, tomorrow. She would figure out how to get along with Hua Xiaoheng tomorrow. Opening the bathroom door, Gu Nianji said to Hua Xiaoheng seriously, "Hua Xiao, there's something I forgot to tell you. Do you remember Yamaguchi Yuko? This time, she was the one who wanted your lives. However, she held Gu Yanran hostage and was killed by her. Her corpse fell into the sea." Hua Xiaoheng froze again. "Yamaguchi Yuko. Not Yamaguchi Aiko." Gu Nianji said. Maybe Yamaguchi Aiko and Yamaguchi Yuko are the same person. She remembered that Hua Xiaoheng and the others were pursuing Yamaguchi Aiko this time. They later found out that she had taken advantage of Prime Minister Dou's situation to sneak out of the Huaxia Empire. Coincidentally, they met the woman who called herself Yamaguchi Yuko in the Blue Hole near Barbados. Comparing the two, it didn't take a genius to figure out the connection between the two. Yamaguchi Yuko probably wasn't dead, so Yamaguchi Aiko, who claimed to be the younger sister of Yamaguchi Yuko and wanted to avenge her sister, couldn't stand. She didn't even know she gave herself away. Gu Nianji covered her mouth and yawned tiredly. Okay, Hua Xiao, I've said everything I need to say. Aren't you tired? Go back to sleep, I'm so sleepy. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze followed her until she got into bed. He pulled the blanket over her and lay down with her back facing the outside of the bed. The bedroom lights were off, and everything was dark again. Hua Xiaoheng stood quietly in the dark for a while before finally sneaking out. He wasn't sleepy at all when he walked out of Gu Nianji's bedroom. He could sense that Gu Nianji was in a bad mood and knew the reason. However, what could he do now that things had come to this? Saying all sorts of random sweet nothings to coax Gu Nianji might be able to make her happy, but he couldn't do it himself. Today, bowing to Gu Nianji and begging her gently was already the limit of what he could do. Hua Xiaoheng walked a few steps in the hallway and turned a corner to see Yin Shixiang leaning against the hallway wall with his arms crossed. Chief. Yin Shixiang immediately saluted when he saw Hua Xiaoheng walk over. Yeah. Hua Xiaoheng continued walking calmly as he asked, Can't you sleep? What are you doing here? I just went to see little Zay. He's much better. Yin Shixiang followed Hua Xiaoheng downstairs. Hua Xiao, are we going back to the hotel or staying here? Hua Xiaoheng stopped and thought about it before turning to look at Yin Shixiang. Do you want to go for a drink or two? Drink? Sure. Yin Shixiang's face lit up. I know the restaurant here has good rum. How about it? I also have a few good Cuban cigars. He winked and coughed twice before asking tentatively, Hua Xiao, I heard you quit smoking. Hua Xiaoheng patted his shoulder. Hand over the cigars, and I won't kill you. Yin Shixiang immediately took out his personal stash and smiled obsequiously. Hua Xiao, here are the cigars. Please be magnanimous and let me off this time. Hua Xiaoheng grabbed his shoulder and pulled him to the bar of the restaurant on the first floor. Go find some rum. He lowered his head and skillfully cut off the cigar tip with a blade. He placed it on the silver cigar butt and held it between his fingers to take a deep puff. Yin Shixiang came out with the rum and saw Hua Xiaoheng sitting on the high stool opposite the bar. He propped his head up with one hand and held a cigar in the other. Smoke curled up from his fingers. He only stared at the cigar butt and didn't smoke much. Hua Xiao, are you in a bad mood? Yin Shixiang asked tentatively as he poured Hua Xiaoheng a glass of blueberry rum and pushed it over. The alcohol content wasn't high and was more like fruit wine. Hua Xiaoheng took a sip and shook his head. He calmly denied, No, I'm thinking about the operation the day after tomorrow. You mean going to the hospital to see Gu Xiangwen? Yin Shixiang perked up. But will little Zay recover the day after tomorrow? Zhao Liangzi was in charge of their operation and could be said to be the most important person under Hua Xiaoheng. If he didn't go, the effect of their operation would be reduced by at least half. Hua Xiaoheng put out the cigar in the ashtray and said calmly, Little Zay doesn't need to go out. It should be fine to be in charge here. In their line of work, they didn't even care about life and death, let alone fainting from lack of oxygen. That's true. Yin Shixiang nodded and also took a sip of rum. He puffed on the cigar and said emotionally, Hua Xiao, Nianji really opened my eyes today. She really put in a lot of effort. It's a pity that she didn't enlist with us. Hua Xiaoheng's movements paused for a moment, but he had always been calm and composed. He was as still as a mountain when he sat. Yin Shixiang was drunk again and didn't notice Hua Xiaoheng's subtle movements as he puffed. He said excitedly to himself, It's all thanks to her today. If it was me, Hua Xiao, you and little Zay would have been wiped out in the waters of the blue hole today. Really? Tell me about it. Hua Xiaoheng held his glass with one hand and looked calm. His long legs stretched out and his upper body leaned against the bar. He was indescribably relaxed. However, this deliberate state couldn't fool Yin Shixiang. He had been with Hu Xiaoheng for so many years and was very familiar with his emotional changes. After hesitating for a while, Yin Shixiang decided to help Gu Nianji. He poured Hu Xiaoheng another glass of rum and began to talk incessantly. Nianji was so anxious when I saw you guys fighting with the white yacht today. I locked her in the cockpit and took the AMR to fight them. But when I came back, Nianji actually turned the tables on me and locked me in. She ignored my objections and jumped into the sea to save you and little Zay on her own. There's such a thing. What happened after that? Hu Xiaoheng asked calmly. His fingers gripped the glass, his knuckles turning slightly white. I was so anxious at the time. I wanted to jump with her, but what about the ship? Without the ship, even if we won against the gunmen on the white yacht, we would still be buried in the sea. Also, I had full trust in you and little Zay at the time. I believed that you and little Zay would be able to handle any situation. I really didn't expect the Blue Hole's waters to have such incredible equipment. Yin Shixiang clicked his tongue. If it weren't for Nianji, the three of us would have failed miserably. Hu Xiaoheng took a sip of rum and replied calmly. What happened after that? The situation at the time was extremely dangerous. If it weren't for Nianji's quick decision to jump into the sea and risk being electrocuted to save you and little Zay, I would have had to wash my neck clean and go back to the military court to await the most severe punishment. Yin Shixiang said half-jokingly. Actually, if the most dangerous situation had really happened, Yin Shixiang would have chosen to send all the intelligence back to the Huaxia Empire and then die with Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze. This was the camaraderie of life and death that they had built up over the years while carrying out missions. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and patted Yin Shixiang's shoulder. Nianji did well this time. You did well too. In the situation at the time, both of you couldn't jump into the sea at the same time. Nianji's water skills were better than yours, so it was better for her to save us than you to go. Hu Xiao. Don't hit me in the face. You're humiliating me right in front of my face. Have you ever asked me how I feel? Yin Shixiang joked and tried to help Hu Xiaoheng relax. Hu Xiaoheng's lips twitched. I'm telling the truth. Can't we even tell the truth these days? Of course not. We can only say politically correct things. As for what the truth is, I've never seen it before. Yin Shixiang slapped the table and laughed. Why were Professor He and Gu Yanran there too? What a coincidence today. What a coincidence. Hu Xiaoheng took another sip of rum. His gaze was deep and unfocused. Nianji told me that the woman on the white yacht was Yamaguchi Yuko. She later killed her for kidnapping Gu Yanran. Her body fell into the sea in front of her. This is the first 3,000-word update. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. The group chat is endless. Thank you for subscribing, tipping, and voting. Chapter 518. Yamaguchi Yuko. She really didn't die. Yin Shixiang nearly jumped up and knocked over the wine glass on the counter. Is it true that Yamaguchi Aiko is actually Yamaguchi Yuko? Yamaguchi Yuko and Yamaguchi Aiko were both investigated by the Special Operations Forces, so Yin Shixiang immediately thought of this possibility. Most likely. Hu Xiaoheng calmly put down his glass and stood up. So we have to leave here as soon as possible and bring Gu Xiangwen back safely. Yin Shixiang understood what Hu Xiaoheng meant. Hu Xiao, you want to bring it forward? Yes. I'm only telling you that the operation the day after tomorrow is not a drill, but an official operation. Hu Xiaoheng finished speaking and strode away, leaving behind only a tall and broad silhouette that could bear all the heavy responsibilities in the world. Yin Shixiang sat alone at the dimly lit bar and carefully thought through the operation from beginning to end. He was surprised to find that there was no pressure at all to change it to an official operation. Also, because he had previously told Gu Yanran that he was going to visit her first, he had actually kept this from her as well. Ha 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 ha, brilliant. Truly brilliant. Yin Shixiang's mood suddenly improved. He raised his glass and finished the rest of the bottle before returning to the guest room to rest drunkenly. The next day, Gu Nianji woke up very late. She was only woken up because of He Jichu's visit. Professor, he is here. Gu Nianji hurriedly got out of bed and dressed before rushing to the bathroom to wash up. She chose a sea blue silk dress that covered her complexion and came down to see He Jichu. He Jichu was sitting on the sofa in the corner of the living room, and Yin Shixiang was talking to him. Gu Nianji quickly glanced around and saw that Hu Xiaoheng was nowhere to be seen. She didn't ask and walked over to He Jichu with a nod. Professor He, I was just about to go look for you. I didn't expect you to come. He Jichu turned around and looked Gu Nianji up and down. He smiled. Nianji, how are you feeling? Do you still feel unwell? Gu Nianji's skin was snow-white. Because she was physically exhausted, there was not a trace of blood on her face. However, the sea blue color only made her appear slightly fragile. Gu Nianji smiled as she spread her arms and twirled them around. See, everything is normal. I've made Professor He worry. He Jichu gestured for her to sit down. Don't let your guard down. You should rest for 2 days first. I'm here to see you, and then I'll return home. Professor He, are you leaving? Gu Nianji sat down beside He Jichu. Why don't you stay for a few more days? He Jichu was acutely aware that Gu Nianji's attitude towards him was different from before. She was no longer avoiding him and treated him like any other friend. It didn't give him any special treatment, but he was happy because of this knowledge. Being able to make Gu Nianji treat him like a normal person was already his biggest reward this time. No, I decided to come here on the spur of the moment. There are still a lot of things to do at school, and I can't leave your senior brothers and sisters behind for too long. He Jichu said with a half-smile. He glanced at Gu Nianji and took the initiative to say, Are you wondering how I knew you were in Barbados? Gu Nianji smiled sheepishly. Will Professor He explain it to me then? Of course. He Jichu rested one hand on the back of the sofa and crossed his legs to lean against it. He looked at Gu Nianji. It's a very simple deduction. I had just helped you get the medical records and dental records of Gu Nianji, the youngest daughter of the Gu family in Barbados, when Mr. Hu came to Cuba for a visit. I knew at the time that he had an ulterior motive. Then Prime Minister Do's incident at the airport happened, and Gu Yanran rushed back to Barbados. Then you applied for leave in a hurry, and when I called you, your phone was already out of service. If I still can't guess where you went, then I'm not fit to be your mentor. Gu Nianji blinked and thought about it for a while, then said in confusion, Okay, even if you could guess that I came to Barbados, but, how could you arrive at the Blue Hole near Barbados on time? Before they left, they had only told the embassy that they were going out to barbecue and fish for crabs. Hu Xiaoheng and his team's diving trip to the Blue Hole was a secret mission, so they hadn't told anyone. This was a difficult question to answer, and it was easy to make a mistake. Fortunately, He Jichu had already thought about how to answer this question before coming. This can only be a coincidence. He Jichu leaned forward calmly and picked up his coffee from the coffee table to take a sip. I was going to look for you, but I heard from the embassy that you went out to fish for crabs. I had my people check the whereabouts of all the commercial and private ships that went out to sea in Barbados today. I easily found the location of your Millennium Oda. Gu Nianji replied, Oh, why are you looking for me, Professor He? He Jichu stared at her, his eyes filled with her shadow. I came to see if you needed any help. After all, I'm more familiar with this place. The He family was the underground godfather of South America, so He Jichu was indeed able to do whatever he wanted here. Gu Nianji nodded with conviction. She said sincerely, Professor He, thank you so much. We really do need your help. If it weren't for you yesterday, we might not have made it back alive. You're welcome. Nianji, you're so amazing. You would have made it back alive without me. But without you, they wouldn't have made it back alive. As He Jichu spoke, he glanced at Yin Shixiang, who was listening intently. Yin Shixiang smiled sheepishly. That's right. Without Nianji, we would all be dead. Brother Xiong, don't say that. You guys saved me several times in the past. I'm just returning the favor this time. Gu Nianji felt no pressure facing He Jichu and Yin Shixiang. She spoke and acted very casually. She didn't have to worry about whether her words and actions were pleasing or not. He Jichu's expression changed. Nianji, did you encounter a lot of danger in the past? With Hu Xiaoheng's power, he couldn't protect you. Gu Nianji quickly waved her hands. No, I didn't encounter a lot of danger. I just got caught in the crossfire a few times. It was Hu Xiao, Brother Xiong, and Brother Zhe who helped me out. Really? For example, He Jichu was very persistent and wouldn't let this question go. Gu Nianji was a bit embarrassed to say it. She stammered, Professor He, it was when I went on a graduation trip and ran into some robbers. It's nothing. She had subconsciously concealed the fact that she had been drugged at Feng Yishi's birthday party. It wasn't because of anything else, but because it was a strange topic for a man to talk about. She wasn't that open about it yet. When you graduated? He Jichu frowned. How come I've never heard of it? It was a long time ago, and it was perfectly resolved. All the robbers were killed, the hostages were rescued, and everyone was happy. Yin Shixiang interrupted. Professor He, our Hu Xiao was personally involved at the time. Normally, this kind of case doesn't require someone of Hu Xiao's level to be involved. Haha, that's true. So it was that incident. I heard about it once. He Jichu chuckled and looked at Gu Nianji. Nianji, when are you coming back? I'll be leaving in 2 days. Gu Nianji brushed him off. She couldn't tell him the exact time because she didn't even know when she would be leaving Barbados. Is that so? He Jichu could tell she was brushing him off but didn't pursue the matter. Okay then, I'll wait for you at school. You'll have to catch up on all the homework you missed. Ha! Gu Nianji couldn't help screaming. No way, Professor He. You came all the way here just to give me homework. You're right. He Jichu stood up. He was in a great mood. I'll be going now. Call this number if you need anything. They'll do their best to help you. As he spoke, He Jichu handed a business card to Gu Nianji. The card was simple and had a decorative passion flower pattern around the edges. There was only a phone number in the center. Thank you, Professor He. Gu Nianji hesitated, but accepted the card. This incident had made her realize what it meant to rely on friends when she was away from home, so she didn't refuse He Jichu's kindness. It was better to be safe than sorry. Gu Nianji personally walked He Jichu out of the consulate. At the door, she ran into Hu Xiaoheng, who had just returned. He had just gotten out of an off-road jeep. He was wearing camouflage hunting gear and holding a shotgun. When he saw He Jichu and Gu Nianji walking down the steps of the consulate, Hu Xiaoheng squinted and walked over to greet them. Professor He, you're here. Why don't you stay a bit longer? I'm going back to the Empire, so I came to see how Nianji is doing today. He Jichu was no longer as aggressive as the other day. He appeared gentle and refined. Did Mr. Hu go hunting? Yeah, I went to the famous hunting grounds in Barbados to hunt some pheasants. I'm making soup for Ninji. Hu Xiaoheng turned around and took out a few plump grayish-black pheasants with their wings tied up from the jeep. He waved them at He Zhichu. Gu Ninji's eyes widened and she couldn't help gulping. These were Guinea pheasants imported from Guinea, Africa. Real exotic wild game. They were perfect for nourishing the body. This is the second update. Reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The group chat was endless. Thanks for subscribing, tipping, and voting. Chapter 5:19. Gu Nianji had a deep impression of this wild pheasant, also known as guinea fowl, because she had eaten it once with Hu Xiaoheng and the others. She couldn't stop praising it, but it was a rare opportunity, so she had only eaten it once. Hu Xiaoheng saw that Gu Nianji's gaze was attracted to the guinea fowl in his hand, and the corners of his lips curled up into a fleeting smile. He waved the guinea fowl at Yin Shixiang, who had just walked out of the main entrance. Big Xiong, take it to the kitchen. We'll have it for dinner. Okay. Yin Shixiang quickly walked down the steps with a smile and took the guinea fowl from Hu Xiaoheng's hands. He nodded at He Zhichu, who was looking at him sideways. Take care, Professor He. I'll see you back at the Huaxia Empire. He Zhichu looked away and smiled faintly. Okay, I'll see you back at the Huaxia Empire. Gu Nianji followed He Zhichu down the steps and watched him get into the equally flashy custom-made bulletproof Cadillac limousine and drive away. She even waved reluctantly to see him off. Hu Xiaoheng watched from the side for a while and reached out to pull on her arm. Go back. Professor He has already gone far away and can't be seen. Gu Nianji pulled her arm back and tilted her head. Be polite. What does it matter if Professor He can't see? Do you think you can do whatever you want where others can't see? Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her and said calmly, yeah, being polite is a good thing. He then said to Yin Shixiang, who was staring at him and Gu Nianji with wide eyes, what are you standing there for? Take it to the kitchen and clean it up. Kill the chicken and pluck its feathers yourself. I'll do it. Hu Xiao is going to cook personally. Yin Shixiang's eyes lit up. He didn't mind that Hu Xiaoheng wanted him to kill the chicken and pluck its feathers at himself. If he had been ordered like that in the past, he would definitely have yelled, don't use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. And then he would have been laughed at by Gu Nianji. Now, Gu Nianji didn't reply. She only gulped, then silently turned around and walked up the stairs to the consulate. Yin Shixiang's eyes darted between Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng. Finally, he moved to Hu Xiaoheng's side and whispered. What's wrong with Nianji? She's throwing a tantrum. Ignore her, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly as he followed Gu Nianji. Yin Shixiang smacked his lips and mimicked Hu Xiaoheng as he muttered to himself, she's throwing a tantrum. Ignore her. Bureau Chief, your words are so impressive. If you had not followed at once, I might have believed it a minute longer. But now, I don't believe it even for a second. Yin Shixiang shook his head as he walked up the steps, just in time to see Chenlai huddled by the door, winking and laughing at him. Big Xiong, oh Big Xiong, your 250-watt light bulb's IQ is really touching. He couldn't help but laugh. He waved the guinea fowl at Chenlai. Dr. Chen, did you hear that? Look at how stubborn Hu Xiao is. He says, she's throwing a tantrum, ignore her. But he still follows her. I bet he went to Nianji's room. Chenlai laughed out loud and said, you don't know about that. Hu Xiao said, ignore her, because he wanted you to ignore her. Nianji has to be left for Hu Xiao to coax, understand? Don't get in the way. F***CK. That works. Yin Shixiang was so shocked by Chenlai's interpretation that he was almost speechless. But after thinking about it, he also laughed and said, "Oh, that's true." The two of them chatted and laughed as they went inside. Yin Shixiang took the guinea fowl to the kitchen to personally clean it up. Chenlai had originally wanted to test Gu Nianji's data again, but just as he walked to the corner of the hallway where Gu Nianji lived, he saw Hu Xiaoheng really push the door open and enter Gu Nianji's room. Chenlai couldn't stop smiling. He took his equipment and turned to test Zhao Liangze. Gu Nianji returned to her room and took out casual clothes. She was about to change out of the heavy seawater blue silk dress she had specially put on. She had just turned around with the clothes when she saw Hu Xiaoheng strolling in and closing the door behind him. Gu Nianji raised a brow and drawled, "Hu Xiao, you have to knock before entering." "What if I'm changing?" "That's not good, don't you think?" Hu Xiaoheng sat down calmly on the single-seater sofa under her bedroom window. He crossed his legs and propped one arm on the sofa armrest. He clenched his fist and rested it on his chin. He looked at her quietly and said calmly, "Go ahead and change. I'll see which one suits you better." Gu Nianji. She glared at Hu Xiaoheng and was so angry she could barely speak. "What's wrong? Are you sorry?" Hu Xiaoheng stared at her steadily. He put down his legs and stood up from the single-seater sofa. He walked step by step towards Gu Nianji. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow, and his posture was calm. But in Gu Nianji's eyes, there was an indescribable pressure. She hugged the clothes and took a few steps back. She couldn't help but warn, "Don't come over." "I said, don't come over." Hu Xiaoheng heard her and actually stopped. He stood an arm's length away from her and looked down at her calmly. Although Hu Xiaoheng listened to her and stopped, Gu Nianji couldn't help but blame Hu Xiaoheng in her heart. He had never been so obedient before. Why was he so abnormal today? It was probably because her resentment was too obvious, or maybe Hu Xiaoheng knew her too well. Seeing the change in Gu Nianji's expression, the smile on Hu Xiaoheng's lips became more obvious. He nodded. "Okay, then I'll go back." With that, he turned to leave. Gu Nianji was even more shocked. She hugged the clothes and watched Hu Xiaoheng walk back. She wanted to ask him to stay, but she felt that it would be too embarrassing. But seeing him leave just like that, her heart was even more unsettled. Just as she was anxious, sad, angry, and disappointed, Hu Xiaoheng's footsteps stopped. He turned in another direction and walked back to the single-seater sofa under the window to sit down. Hu Xiaoheng had only taken a few steps, but Gu Nianji felt like she was on a roller coaster. She had crossed thousands of mountains and rivers in an instant. She felt a lump in her throat. Lowering her head, she hugged the clothes and walked to the bathroom without saying a word. The single-seater sofa Hu Xiaoheng was sitting on was between the bathroom door and the desk on the south wall of the bedroom. Gu Nianji walked past him in a hurry. Hu Xiaoheng suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Nianji's wrist. He looked up at her. Gu Nianji didn't turn to look at him. She looked elsewhere and said in a muffled voice, "Let go." Hu Xiaoheng looked at her wrist. It was slender and delicate. He really couldn't tell that such a slender arm had been able to save two grown men from such a terrifying place like the Blue Hole. His calm heart suddenly skipped a few beats, and he pulled hard, causing Gu Nianji to stumble and fall into his arms. Hu Xiaoheng hugged her on his lap and held her neck. He lowered his head and kissed her deeply. Her curvy lips were still a bit bruised. It hurt when he sucked on them. Gu Nianji couldn't take it anymore. She slapped Hu Xiaoheng and struggled in his arms. She cried non-stop. "Don't be like this. You're so cold one minute and hot the next. I can't take it. Is it fun to tease me? Is it fun to see me worry about you? Don't go too far. If you push me too far, I don't want you anymore. I don't want you anymore. As she said, I don't want you anymore, she clutched his shirt tightly and cried until she couldn't breathe. Hua Xiaoheng kissed her tenderly. No matter how she struggled in his arms or how she tore at him, he kissed her persistently. It was as if he wanted to use kisses to soothe her grievances and pain. The tip of his tongue gently slid over the bruise on her lips again and again. He traced the shape of her lips and pried open her teeth to enter her mouth. The tip of their tongues touched and stirred as they helped each other in times of need. Gu Nianji tried hard to push him away. She used her little tongue to forcefully push the tip of Hua Xiaoheng's tongue out. However, the moment she used force, Hua Xiaoheng's breathing became heavy and he kissed her even more forcefully. Her head was firmly held in place by him. She couldn't move. Her lips were forced to open and let him do whatever he wanted. Her tears kept falling and fell into their kiss. It was wet and salty. It seeped into her heart and had a different feeling. This was the taste of love, right? Gu Nianji became dizzy from his kiss. Her tears gradually stopped and she didn't resist anymore. She leaned into a comfortable position in his arms. Her lips were slightly raised. He sucked on them so she couldn't speak or argue. After a long kiss, both of them were panting. Gu Nianji sobbed from time to time and leaned into Hua Xiaoheng's arms. She was like a child who had been wronged and was looking for warmth in her parents' embrace. But if this person was the source of her grievances, what could she do? Hua Xiaoheng patted her back and wiped her face with a tissue from the desk. He lowered his head and rubbed the tip of his nose against hers. He whispered. Still angry? Gu Nianji snorted and buried her head in his arms. She said sullenly, don't think that this will be over with just a kiss and a hug. I'm telling you, it won't be so easy this time. Oh, then what else do you want to do? Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. One of his hands was beginning to behave. Gu Nianji gasped and grabbed his hand. She was a little exasperated. That's not what I meant. I can't do it. Do what? Hua Xiaoheng held her hand lovingly. What else do you want to do? Just tell me. I'll do it. In your dreams. Gu Nianji struggled with all her might. Hua Xiaoheng reluctantly pulled his hand out and hugged her tightly. Then don't twist around my leg. Be careful not to accidentally fire your gun. Hua Xiao, where's your self-control? How are you going to carry out your mission like this? Gu Nianji's taunting skills were on full display. Hua Xiaoheng straightened her dress that had been crumpled into a ball and leaned back on the single sofa. He propped his head up with one hand and squinted at her. His other hand caressed her slightly swollen lips. He smiled. Luckily I'm not your opponent. If the enemy had sent our Nianji, I'd have no choice but to surrender. Oh. Really? Am I that amazing? Gu Nianji was instantly flattered by Hua Xiaoheng's words. After being with Hua Xiaoheng for so long, this sentence could be ranked in the top 3 of Hua Xiao's Sweet Talk collection. This is the first update of 3,000 words. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an additional update at 7 p.m. The group chat is full of love. Thank you for subscribing, tipping, and voting. I hope for more subscriptions, more monthly votes, and more recommendation votes in the new year. Then I can update more. Chapter 520. Of course I am. Okay, you're not angry anymore. Hua Xiaoheng kissed her again, his tone so intimate it was like he was coaxing a child. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed and finally realized that Hua Xiaoheng was really coaxing her. The excitement from earlier faded instantly. She smiled sheepishly and shook her head. Leaning against Hu Xiaoheng's chest, she didn't say anything else. How could she have believed that Hu Xiao would surrender? That was more impossible than the sun rising from the west. However, Gu Nianji didn't argue with Hu Xiaoheng anymore. This time, she clearly realized the difference between them. It wasn't just status and identity, but also age and experience. She was still a student at 18, but in front of the 28-year-old Major General Hu Xiaoheng, she was as transparent as a crystal. She was no match for him now. Gu Nianji lowered her long eyelashes and thought about her own matters in silence. To Hu Xiaoheng, this matter should be over. He didn't have that much time to spend on personal matters. Hu Xiaoheng patted Gu Nianji's back and whispered in her ear, "Visiting your father at the hospital the day after tomorrow is an official operation, not a rehearsal. I'll discuss the specific arrangements with you." Gu Nianji perked up and got off Hu Xiaoheng's lap. Nodding, she said, "I'll go change and then you can go through the entire process. I have a small program that can input the various conditions of the operation into it and see if there's anything that can be improved." "Okay, no rush. Go change." Hu Xiaoheng was already in work mode. He stood up, "I'll go make guinea fowl for you first." Gu Nianji watched Hu Xiaoheng leave her room and sighed internally. She went to the bathroom to change. She took a shower as well. When she was in a bad mood, she would take a bubble bath and apply a soothing rose balm to soothe her mood. At the end of the day, she couldn't base all her emotions on others. Also, she had always been able to entertain herself and was rarely stubborn. Hu Xiaoheng busied himself in the consulate's kitchen for an hour and stewed the guinea fowl. He called In Shixiang over. "Big Xiong, let's go tell Nianji about the operation the day after tomorrow." They went to Gu Nianji's room. She had just come out of the bathroom and was wearing a bathrobe. Her hair was dripping with water as she dried her hair with a large white towel. She said to the bedroom door, "Is that Hu Xiao and Brother Xiong? I just finished showering." "Wait a minute." Hu Xiaoheng and In Shixiang sat down in the living room outside the bedroom. Both of them took out their tablets and ran through their plans for the day after tomorrow. Gu Nianji blew her hair dry and came out. She sat across from them and listened attentively to their account of the operation. After speaking, Hu Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji. "Do you have any other questions? Do you understand?" Gu Nianji thought about it and asked, "Are you sure that as long as I reveal my identity, I'll be able to take Gu, my father, away?" "According to the rules and regulations of that hospital, yes." Hu Xiaoheng mused, "Our people collected some information about that hospital. It was rushed, so it might not be complete, but we still managed to investigate the rules and regulations very clearly. Yes, if they don't agree, then either they or Gu Yanran are up to something." Gu Nianji took out her laptop and divided the operation plan into a few conditions. She typed it into a program she wrote and ran it. Pointing at the results, she said, "There's no problem on the surface, but if they have a backup plan, we might fail." Gu Nianji took out her laptop and divided their plan of action into several conditions and entered them into a small program she had written. She ran it and pointed at the results. On the surface, there are no problems, but if the enemy has a backup plan and hidden conditions, we might fail. That's why we have to prepare for the worst. Hu Xiaoheng clenched his right hand into a fist and rested it on his chin. He stared at Gu Nianji's laptop screen. "Nianji, give me a copy of the program. I'll study it tonight." Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. "I prepared it for you guys anyway. I didn't have time to give it to Brother Zhe." In Shixiang clapped. "Nianji is amazing. Little Zhe has a successor. I'm so happy. Brother Xiong, don't say it if you don't know how to say it. If you use idioms again, Hu Xiao will punish you." Gu Nianji teased In Shixiang. Her mood was different from before. Hu Xiaoheng thought she had thought it through. He packed his things and used a flash drive to copy Gu Nianji's program. During dinner, Gu Nianji finally had the chance to eat the tender guinea fowl. Wild pheasants could be domesticated, but they weren't as tasty as wild ones. This soup is too fresh. Gu Nianji drank 2 bowls. Huashao, what kind of seasonings did you add? How can it be fresh if I add too many seasonings? Huashao shook his head. I only added a little salt. That's the taste of the food itself. No wonder it's so delicious. Gu Nianji praised it. She was so full she couldn't walk. She couldn't sleep right away. She wandered around the consulate and finally arrived at Zhao Liang's room. She pushed the door open and saw Huashao sitting on the sofa in front of Zhao Liang's bed. He was writing something on his tablet. Gu Nianji's eyes dimmed. Her hand fell on the door handle. She was stuck. Should she go in or not? As she hesitated, Chenlai walked over from behind and patted her shoulder. He smiled. Nianji, you came to see little Zay. Why aren't you going in? Gu Nianji couldn't hide even if she wanted to, so Chenlai brought her into Chen Zhao's room. Huashao heard the sound of the door and turned to see Chenlai bringing Gu Nianji in. What's the matter? Huashao asked calmly. His gaze fell on Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji could only walk over and look at Zhao Liangza on the bed. Is brother Zay better? Has he woken up? He woke up once, but the doctor said he's still unconscious, so he needs to continue to be monitored. Huashao spoke slowly and carefully. Gu Nianji frowned. Why hasn't he woken up yet? It shouldn't take this long. He's fine. He's already woken up once in the past 2 days. Chenlai said it was unconscious. He still needs to rest for another 2 days before he wakes up consciously. Chenlai pushed the door open and walked in. Nianji, you're here. Are you here to see little Zay? I just wanted to see if brother Zay had woken up. Gu Nianji followed Chenlai into Zhao Liang's room awkwardly. Yeah, he's not hypoxic anymore. He'll get better. Chenlai comforted Gu Nianji and patted her shoulder. Huashao stood up from his seat and crossed his arms as he walked to the window. He waited for Zhao Liang's test results to come out. This was a very important prerequisite. Zhao Liang's was crucial to the success of their operation. This is the second update. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The group chat was endless. Thank you for subscribing, tipping, and voting. Chapter 521. There was a long hallway outside the infirmary. It looked empty, with only Huashao and Chenlai talking in front of the window. Huashao, do you want little Zay to wake up soon and return to normal? Chenlai asked in a low voice, his expression very serious. Huashao froze. What is it? Could it be that Ozawa's situation was critical? Didn't you say you were fine? He's fine, but he hasn't woken up yet. I'm worried that he might become a vegetable. Chenlai pushed his round glasses up the bridge of his nose, worried. Coma caused by oxygen deprivation affects the normal functioning of the brain. We still have too little research on the human brain, so no one knows what will happen. Maybe he'll wake up soon, maybe he'll never wake up. Huashao stood silently in front of the window with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked out at the tropical night view of Barbados and thought for a while. He turned to look at Chenlai. Just tell me what you mean. I'm that. Chenlai began to sweat under Huashao's sharp gaze. He took out a handkerchief to wipe his oily forehead and finally stammered, since Nianji is here, why don't we let her? Shut up. Huashao mercilessly refuted Chenlai's suggestion. How many times have I told you? Nianji was not a mobile pharmacy. She was human. They were real people. Chenlai, you disappoint me. In your eyes, is Nianji no different from a lab rat? Hu Xiaoheng had never spoken to Chenlai so righteously before. Chenlai's face turned red. He also knew that he shouldn't have suggested this, and his heart ached for Nianji. He had never thought of using her as a lab rat. But that was how things were. Once they encountered a problem, most people would want to take a shortcut. He would be a fool not to take the shortcut. Chenlai couldn't help but want to take another shortcut under extreme circumstances. Hu Xiao, I never thought of Nianji as a lab rat. I'm only telling you an option. With this option, little Zhe can recover immediately. Also, don't forget why the military put her in your hands. Don't disregard the national interest just because you have feelings for her. Chenlai, Nianji has never conflicted with the interests of the country. She is one of the people I want to protect. The national interest is the collective of our citizens. If there is a kind of benefit that needs to be achieved by sacrificing one's own people, then this kind of benefit is not worth it. Hu Xiaoheng's expression was solemn, and his back was as straight as a mountain. It was as if he would be the tall man holding up the sky even if it collapsed. Chenlai stared blankly at Hu Xiaoheng. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't speak. After a while, he finally whispered, "Then what are you going to do if something really happens to little Zhe?" Nianji already felt very guilty. She feels guilty. Hu Xiaoheng froze. How did you know? It's obvious. You're doing this for her father. It's no wonder she feels guilty. Chenlai shook his head. Forget it. I won't say this to Nianji. I just want to discuss it with you. Since you don't want Nianji's help, then we'll leave it to fate. Quickly ask God for help. Maybe little Zhe will wake up soon. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He stood alone at the window in the hallway and pushed it open. He felt the humidity and heat of the Barbados summer night. Without batting an eyelid, he took out a cigarette from his trouser pocket and lit it. He took a drag and exhaled a long smoke ring. Chenlai returned to Zhao Liang's room and saw Gu Nianji and Yin Shixiang talking. He walked directly to Zhao Liang's bedside and looked at the data from the various instruments. Zhao Liangzi was stable and didn't seem to wake up anytime soon. Gu Nianji saw that Chenlai had arrived and there were 3 or 4 people in the room. She said to Yin Shixiang, "Brother Xiong, I'll go back first. You have to let me know as soon as Brother Zhe wakes up." "Yeah, maybe he'll wake up tomorrow. Go back to sleep." Yin Shixiang waved his hand. "We're going out the day after tomorrow. Pack your things." Gu Nianji nodded knowingly and said goodbye to Chenlai before leaving. Chenlai turned to look at her. He wanted to say something but didn't. In the end, he didn't say anything. He smiled and said, "Nianji, go back and sleep well. Let me know as soon as possible if you're not feeling well." Gu Nianji agreed with a smile and closed the door on her way out. She looked up to see Hu Xiaoheng's tall and straight figure in the hallway. He gave her a sense of security. Gu Nianji couldn't help walking over. Hu Xiaoheng heard her footsteps and turned to look. Seeing that it was Gu Nianji, he put out the cigarette in his hand and tossed it into the trash can. He dusted his hands. "It's late. Go back to sleep." "Hu Xiao, is something on your mind?" Gu Nianji acutely sensed that Hu Xiaoheng's mood was a bit different. "No, I'm thinking about the day after tomorrow." Hu Xiaoheng flatly denied it. "If little Zhe is still weak by then, we need to find someone to replace him." Gu Nianji originally wanted to recommend herself, but she had to go to the hospital with Hu Xiaoheng. She couldn't stay here and mediate, so she didn't say anything. She only said to Hu Xiaoheng, "Then I'll go back to sleep." "Hu Xiao, you rest early too." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and watched her leave. Hua Xiaoheng waited until she was out of sight before returning to Zhao Liang's room. As soon as he entered Zhao Liang's room, Gu Nianji also poked her head out from the corner of the hallway. She saw his back disappear in front of Zhao Liang's room. Hua Xiao actually went to Zhao Liang's room again. Did Brother Zay's injuries relapse? Gu Nianji nervously returned to her room and ran her little program on her laptop again. She felt that there were still some problems, but she couldn't figure out what they were. She couldn't sleep either, so she took her laptop and went to Zhao Liang's room. Yin Shixiang was no longer there. Only Hua Xiaoheng and Chen Lai were by Zhao Liang's bed. One of them was holding a tablet and scribbling away, while the other was lost in thought looking at the data from his device. Gu Nianji pushed the door open and asked quietly, Hua Xiao, Brother Qin, are you guys hungry? Do you want supper? Hua Xiaoheng turned to see Gu Nianji and rubbed his forehead. Why aren't you asleep yet? I'm worried about Brother Zay, so I can't sleep. Gu Nianji said honestly. She took her laptop and sat on the sofa opposite Hua Xiaoheng. I want to stay here and help take care of him. What can you take care of? You're not a medical professional. Hua Xiaoheng frowned and got up. Let's go. I'll take you back to bed. Staying up late was not a good habit. Chen Lai glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and said, Nianji, go back to sleep. Even Big Xiong went back to sleep. Besides, I'm here. Are you worried? Gu Nianji shook her head. I want to see Brother Zay wake up as soon as possible. Hua Xiaoheng's brows furrowed. He raised his voice. Nianji, I'm telling you to go back to sleep. No, I want to wait here for Brother Zay to wake up. Gu Nianji also raised her voice. She hugged her laptop. Although there was still a hint of timidity and vulnerability in her eyes, she had no intention of backing down. I'll say it again. Go back. Hua Xiaoheng spoke unhurriedly, but his voice was getting louder. I'm not going back. I want to wait here for Brother Zay to wake up. Gu Nianji's voice was also getting louder. She hugged her laptop to her chest like she was hugging a shield to protect herself from Hua Xiaoheng's anger. Their argument not only stunned Chen Lai, but even Zhao Liangzi, who had been sleeping soundly on the hospital bed, seemed to be startled awake. He groaned. So noisy, Chen Lai immediately reacted. He pounced over in surprise. Little Zay is awake. Are you awake? He was worried that he was still acting unconsciously like before. Zhao Liangzi made a few grunting sounds in his throat. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Chen Lai's round black-rimmed glasses and round face. He closed his eyes in defeat and muttered, Dr. Chen, don't be so close. You scared me, Chen Lai laughed happily. Ha ha ha. He's really awake. That's great. God bless us. Little Zay is really awake. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng, who had been arguing, heard him and looked over. Chen Lai turned to them. Hua Xiao. Nianji. Come quickly. Little Zay is really awake. Gu Nianji was the first to run over to Zhao Liang's bed. She asked anxiously, Brother Zay. Are you really sober? The corners of Zhao Liang's mouth twitched. He slowly opened his eyes and said hoarsely, I'm not really awake. I was talking in my sleep. Are you happy now? It was great that he could be amused. Hua Xiaoheng walked over and stood behind Gu Nianji. He said to Zhao Liangzi, It's good that you're awake. Are you hungry? I'll ask the kitchen to make you some supper. Everyone's hungry. We all want supper. Chen Lai winked at Gu Nianji with a smile. I want some wontons. What do you want? I'll just have some fruit. Gu Nianji had eaten enough for the night and wasn't hungry at all. Hu Xiaoheng turned on his Bluetooth headset and called Yin Shixiang over. When Yin Shixiang heard that Zhao Liangzi was really awake, he was so happy that he practically sprinted over. "You're amazing. You made everyone worry." Yin Shixiang happily punched Zhao Liangzi's bed, causing the spring mattress to shake a few times. Zhao Liangzi rolled his eyes. "Punch me again and I'll continue to faint." "Of course not." Yin Shixiang bowed in front of Zhao Liangzi, then busied himself preparing supper for everyone. The atmosphere in the ward became lively. Chen Lai nodded to Gu Nianji. "Go back to sleep. Little Zay is awake. He still needs to take a shower and then get his body checked. It's not convenient for you to be here." Gu Nianji finally left obediently. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji's back. His brows were still furrowed, but he didn't say anything and continued working. Now that Zhao Liangzi was awake, they could speed up their work. The next morning, Zhao Liangzi was already able to get out of bed. However, he didn't get out of bed. Instead, he sat on the bed and looked at Gu Nianji's program that Hu Xiaoheng had shown him. He clicked his tongue in praise. "Nianji is so amazing. I must take her as my last disciple. Having one disciple in this life is enough for me." He was a computer expert after all, so he was better than Gu Nianji, who had only studied part-time for a few days. He made some changes to Gu Nianji's program and was able to calculate more results. Prepare according to these directions, and the success rate of tomorrow's operation will double. Zhao Liangzi explained his changes to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji nodded as she listened. "I thought something was wrong. So that's how it is. Brother Zay, thank you." Zhao Liangzi smiled and said, "This little program of yours is pretty good. Can you make it public?" "Brother Zay, you're too kind. This program was originally written for you guys. It would be my honor if you liked it." Gu Nianji agreed immediately. She spent the entire day in Zhao Liangzi's room, discussing the program with him and the coordination of tomorrow's deployment. Zhao Liangzi would be in charge of the deployment. Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang spent the entire day outside making all sorts of preparations. They entrusted Zhao Liangzi to teach Gu Nianji about the various operational rules of the Special Operations Forces. Every operation has its own protocol. You have a good memory. You have to memorize everything in half a day. Is that okay? Zhao Liangzi basically made Gu Nianji memorize the month-long training content of the Special Operations Forces in an afternoon. Although Gu Nianji had a very good memory and high IQ, a full day of intensive training still exhausted her. After 9 p.m., Zhao Liangzi finished checking her progress and was satisfied. Gu Nianji was so tired she couldn't even keep her eyes open. She went back to her bedroom and fell asleep immediately. She didn't have the energy to think about romantic things anymore. Hu Xiaoheng finally finished all the preparations after a busy day. When he came back and heard that Gu Nianji had fallen asleep from exhaustion, he couldn't help smiling. He was still worried and went to Gu Nianji's room in the middle of the night to make sure she was fine and had only fallen asleep. The next day was the official day of the operation. Gu Nianji woke up very early. She had a good night's sleep last night and had recharged her energy. Today, she felt full of energy. She silently recited the protocol in bed before getting out of bed to wash up. At 7 a.m. sharp, Gu Nianji was dressed in a modified hunting suit with a wide belt around her waist. She actually had a gun hidden inside, just in case. She wore half-tube military boots and a fashionable Hermes backpack, but she carried a bulletproof vest and various instruments and compasses. She wore a pair of large Prada floating cloud sunglasses that covered half her face. Her outfit was trendy but not eye-catching. This was because it was common in the wealthy areas of Barbados. People would only look at her otherwise. The hospital Gu Xiangwen was in was located in one of the wealthy areas of Barbados. The scenery there was beautiful. It was surrounded by mountains and faced the sea. There was only a winding mountain path that led in. It was quiet and safe. It would be extremely difficult to bring a person in a vegetative state out without anyone noticing. Therefore, they chose to go through the legal process and bring Gu Xiangwen out. Gu Nianji sat in Hua Xiaoheng's convertible jeep. She was getting more and more nervous about the upcoming father-daughter reunion. She couldn't help biting her fingernails as she watched the iron gates of the hospital get closer and closer. This is the first update with 4,000 words and a big chapter. Just a reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Yesterday's second update, Chapter 518, You Have to Shoulder the Burden, was revised. More than 500 words were added and all the mistakes and omissions were corrected. Everyone can download that chapter again to read it. Thank you for the reminder, meow meow. Mwah. There was an additional update at 7 p.m. Chapter 522. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji from the corner of his eye as he drove. Seeing her biting her nails again, he reached out with his right hand and pulled her fingers out of her mouth. He said unhappily, "Biting your nails again. Didn't I just cut them for you a few days ago?" Gu Nianji smiled sheepishly and pushed Hua Xiaoheng's hand away. She placed it on the steering wheel and tilted her head. "Hua Xiao, drive properly. I can't control the steering wheel with one hand. I can drive without using my hands." Hua Xiaoheng looked away and looked at the iron gates of the hospital in front of him. He was still worried and reminded her, "We're here. Remember to be careful." Gu Nianji nodded and perked up to get out of the car with Hua Xiaoheng. There was a sentry post in front of the iron gates to check passports. It looked like a military camp. Gu Nianji was secretly surprised and followed Hua Xiaoheng closely to the sentry post. The sentry post was obviously a white mercenary. He was holding an AMR in his arms and wearing a pair of Ray-Ban sunglasses. When he saw Gu Nianji, he whistled at her and said flirtatiously, "This girl is so cute. Do you want to go for a drink tonight?" Hua Xiaoheng quietly took a step forward and blocked Gu Nianji behind him. At the same time, he showed the passports in his hand and spoke in English with a black accent. The white mercenary heard the English with a black accent and was impressed by Hua Xiaoheng. He quickly took the passports in to verify its authenticity and came out with a much more amiable smile. "Thank you, sir and madam. You can go in now." He pressed the button on the large iron gates, which creaked and automatically opened to both sides. Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji returned to their convertible jeep and started the car to drive in. According to the address Gu Yanran had given them, Hua Xiaoheng drove through the small paths of the hospital. On the way, he saw some patients in hospital gowns walking in groups of 2s and 3s. There were also black nurses in snow-white nurse skirts pushing wheelchairs so that patients who couldn't walk could come out and get some fresh air. Gu Nianji became nervous for no reason. She smoothed her hair and took out a small mirror to look at her makeup. She then adjusted her modified hunting jacket and wanted to take out lipstick to apply on her lips again. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't stand it anymore. He reached out and took the small makeup mirror from her hand. "Don't be nervous. That's your father. What are you nervous about?" "I don't know, I'm just nervous," Gu Nianji said coquettishly. "And I really don't remember them at all." "It doesn't matter if you don't remember, as long as the law recognizes your status." Hua Xiaoheng rubbed her head. "Do you still remember what to do?" "Yeah, I remember everything." Gu Nianji nodded and immediately repeated the entire protocol to Hua Xiaoheng. All right, this kid was really nervous. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else. He drove her to the building where Gu Xiangwen was staying. This was a small building located in the deepest part of the hospital. The outer wall was made of dark green glass, and it was very inconspicuous in the thick shade of the trees. Getting out of the jeep, Gu Nianji nervously walked beside Hu Xiaoheng. She said she was nervous, but she didn't tell him the whole reason. On one hand, she was indeed nervous about the upcoming father-daughter meeting, but on the other hand, it was her first official mission with Hu Xiaoheng and the others. She was very, very worried that she would be a burden to them. Hu Xiaoheng's pace was calm as he strolled to the entrance of the small building to register. He showed his passport to the person at the registration desk. The person took it to verify its authenticity before returning with a smile. "Sir, please come with me." Hu Xiaoheng raised a brow and turned to hold Gu Nianji's hand. They followed the person into the small building. After passing through a long corridor, they arrived at the elevator. The person turned around and said, "Mr. Gu's ward has a special elevator that goes directly to his ward. Other elevators can't enter his ward. Come, you guys follow me this way." He led them to a small room next to the elevator. Pushing the door open, they discovered that there was another elevator entrance inside. The person stood directly below the elevator door and looked up at the camera above the elevator door with a smile. The camera flashed a blue light, and with a click, the elevator door opened. The person led Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji inside. So this elevator was identified by the human eye's iris. Gu Nianji couldn't help muttering, with such a strict security system, the people here really don't know who Mr. Gu is? The elevator quickly brought them to the door of Gu Xiangwen's ward. The person knocked on the door and said to the camera at the door, "Someone is here to see Mr. Gu. There's a passport signed by Miss Gu." The person inside checked Hu Xiaoheng's passport again before opening the door to let Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji in. Hu Xiaoheng walked in front, his tall figure completely covering the slender Gu Nianji behind him. Gu Nianji, who had been restless the whole time, stared at Hu Xiaoheng's back. Her violently beating heart finally calmed down. "Mr. Gu is here. Do you want to come see him?" Gu Xiangwen's nurse was a chubby black middle-aged woman. Her smile was very simple and amiable. Gu Nianji had a good impression of her, so she became bolder. She walked quickly around Hu Xiaoheng to get to Gu Xiangwen's bed first. In front of her was a custom-made bed covered with equipment. And in the middle of those instruments of various sizes, there was a skinny man lying on the ground. Gu Nianji had never seen Gu Xiangwen's photo, but she subconsciously thought that he should look similar to her. She didn't expect that 7 years in a vegetative state had tortured Gu Xiangwen beyond recognition. All that was left was a pile of bones. This was her father. Gu Nianji's eyes widened as she looked at the man lying on the bed. She was extremely shocked. Was it because Gu Xiangwen was in a vegetative state that no one from the Gu family had looked for Gu Nianji for 7 years? Gu Nianji looked at him in a daze. Her nose felt a little sore, but she didn't want to cry. She turned to look at Hu Xiaoheng, asking him what to do next with her eyes. Hu Xiaoheng walked over and looked at the vegetative man on the bed thoughtfully. He asked the nurse some questions. "When did Mr. Gu come to your hospital? Have you been taking care of him all this time? How are his vital signs? Have there been any changes in the past 7 years?" Hu Xiaoheng's questions were specifically made up by Qinlai for people in a vegetative state. The nurse smiled widely. "He's been in our hospital for more than 3 years. I heard that he used to be taken care of at home, but his condition worsened and he was sent to the hospital. Yes, I've been taking care of him since he arrived. As for his health, you'll have to ask the doctor. I'm just a nurse." Hu Xiaoheng nodded. This person's answer was similar to what he'd heard from Gu Yanran, so it shouldn't be false. Hu Xiaoheng asked about the details of Gu Xiangwen's treatment. Finally, he pointed at Gu Nianji and said to the nurse and guard, "Thank you for your care. I have an identification signed by the Barbados government to prove that she is Gu Xiangwen's youngest daughter, Gu Nianji." According to your hospital's regulations, only immediate family members can discharge Mr. Gu. We're here to discharge him. As soon as Hu Xiaoheng finished speaking, it was like a signal. Zhao Liangzi, who was far away at the Barbados consulate, immediately cut off all the hospital's external communications. From landlines to cell phones, everything crashed due to the sudden data overload. The Special Operations Forces had their own specialized satellite communication system, so cutting off the hospital's external communications did not affect Hu Xiaoheng and the others. They could still receive all the information from their Bluetooth headsets. At the same time, all the Special Operations Forces elites in South America were mobilized to control the hospital's external communications. Meanwhile, Gu Yanran, who had been in contact with the hospital and waiting for Hu Xiaoheng's news, suddenly realized that their internet connection to the hospital had been cut off. This is the second update. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The group chat was silent. P.S. Chapter 518 of the second update was edited yesterday with an extra 500 words. It was written at 2 or 3 o'clock in the middle of the night due to a severe lack of sleep, so there were many mistakes and omissions. It was revised today and added some details. You can read it after downloading it again. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.